The committee will come to order. We're meeting today to consider H.R. 3 and 4 Medicare bills, but before we proceed, I would like to comment about a passing of our colleague Elijah Cummings. All I can say is that our hearts are broken today as we mourn the loss of our friend and colleague, Chairman Elijah Cummings. I was actually shocked that he had passed. I didn't realize that that was a real possibility. And he fought tirelessly for equality and the principles we hold dear. And I can just say, may his life be a shining example for all who strive to make the world a better place and a more just place. And my heart goes out to his family, his wife, Dr. Maya Rockymore Cummings, and 3 children. If I could we just have a moment of silence now in his memory? Thank you all. So I'm going to now recognize myself for 3 minutes for an opening statement. Today we are continuing with this committee's important work to make prescription drugs more affordable for consumers by stopping drug companies from ripping off Americans. First, we'll consider the Lower Drug Costs Now Act, which I introduced along with Chairman Neal and Scott. Our legislation finally gives the federal government the ability to negotiate lower prescription drug prices with drug companies. And I think that's only fair. The American people, both Republicans and Democrats, are rightfully outraged that they're paying 3, 4, or 10 times more for the same drugs than people are paying for in other countries. And I think it's time we finally negotiate a better deal for the American people. The legislation also caps Medicare Part D beneficiaries' out-of-pocket expenses at $2,000 per year. Now, we have made some key changes to the bill since our legislative hearing based on feedback from members that will provide even more relief to Americans struggling with skyrocketing drug prices. And I'd like to just outline those changes briefly. They include, first, a phased-in increase of the minimum number of drugs that the HHS Secretary must negotiate. Second, a guarantee that a negotiated drug price will remain in place until there are 2 or more generic competitors. Third, a new provision to negotiate prices for newly launched drugs. And fourth, a new title on drug transparency that is based on Representative Schakowsky's Fair Drug Pricing Act. I have to stress that this transformative legislation will level the playing field for American patients and taxpayers while ensuring seniors never lose access to the prescriptions that they need. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office recently found that the cost savings from drug negotiations alone will save taxpayers $345 billion in Medicare Part D spending. And the Office of the Actuary found that the bill will save American households $158 billion while saving private businesses $46 billion. These are tremendous savings that confirm that this bill fulfills our commitment to lowering prescription drug prices for all Americans. The committee is going to also mark up 4 bills to strengthen Medicare coverage for beneficiaries by reinvesting some of the savings. We will mark up 3 bills that collectively add new vision, hearing, and dental benefits to seniors through Part B. And I commend my committee colleagues, Representative O'Halloran, Dingell, and Kelly, for their leadership on these measures. And I also want to thank Representative Barragan, who has been a leader on dental coverage in Medicare as well. We'll also consider the Helping Seniors Afford Health Care Act, which would increase eligibility levels for the Medicare Savings Program. This important program helps low-income seniors afford premiums and cost sharing, and I thank Representative Blunt Rochester for her leadership on this legislation. Taken together, these bills will make great strides towards reining in the soaring cost of prescription drugs, and I commend all the members and staff for their work in helping get these bills ready for markup today. And at this point, I would now like to recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Walden, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today should be a celebration of yet another Energy and Commerce Committee bipartisan effort to achieve meaningful change in public policy that will become law. Today we should be achieving our shared and worthy goal, lowering the price of prescription drugs while encouraging further innovation and new life-saving cures. But unfortunately for the American people, legislative efforts to do just that were abruptly ended when the Speaker's office seized control. Instead, we're served up a pre-baked bill. Instead, we got one hearing in one subcommittee where Republicans got to pick one witness one time. And despite pledges and promises to follow regular order and mark up this far-reaching bill in both subcommittee and full committee, even that promise has now been broken. It really is a shame, because it didn't have to be this way. Unfortunately, the nasty politics of prescription drug pricing has overtaken the real reform we should have achieved working together. So here's what we're left with. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office reviewed Speaker Pelosi's bill and determined it will prevent the development of new cures. In fact, CBO estimates up to 15 new medicines will never get invented. What if one of those was the cure for ALS or Alzheimer's? What if one brought relief to sufferers of arthritis and another the cure for childhood cancer? Truth is, none of us knows which cure or which medicine will never get invented or approved. But what we do know is up to 15, and some of us believe many more, will never enter or leave a lab or trial or find their way to a sick or dying patient. One new cure stopped is one too many. Rushing H.R. 3 has already resulted in drafting errors, as reported today, and now we're making decisions on 4 additional bills. 3 of these were introduced only last week, and in one case, only on Tuesday of this week. No hearings, no subcommittee markups, no commitment to regular order. Now, I know neither the chairman nor the subcommittee chairwoman likes to operate this way. I know they know we have the ability to pass enduring and life-changing law. We worked together to pass the 21st Century Cures Act in 2016 and the FDA Reauthorization Act in 2017, which was responsible for a new record 1,171 generic drugs approved in FY 2019. We worked together to pass more than 50 measures to tackle the opioid crisis. We found common ground to solve the surprise medical billing problem. And in April, our committee voted to advance 7 bipartisan bills to lower drug costs, including the CREATES Act that speeds up generic entry to market. Then everything changed. When these bills came to the floor, they were saddled with poison pills by Speaker Pelosi that killed this committee's bipartisan work. Last week, several of our Democratic colleagues raised similar concerns about the failure to produce bipartisan legislation to lower drug costs. The coalition of House Democrats called for the Speaker to bring bipartisan drug pricing bills to the floor without any poison pills. And while I agree, and while I appreciate their overture, I won't hold my breath. We could have worked together and found common ground and brought real reform to the drug sector and real savings to the American consumers, because we share that goal. But that's not what will happen today. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Walden. I now recognize Ms. Eshoo, Chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Health, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We start today with a layer of sadness that's enveloping us with the loss of our beautiful colleague, Elijah Cummings. In a conversation with President Trump on prescription drugs, Congressman Cummings reminded the president by saying the following: very soon, you and I will be dancing with the angels. The thing that you and I need to do is to figure out what we can do, what present we can bring to generations unborn, unquote. So I think that's the star that guides us today. There are always complications with large pieces of legislation. I appreciate what the ranking member of the Health Subcommittee brought to me in meeting with me in my office. It was all about the cost, lowering the cost of out-of-pocket costs for Medicare beneficiaries, and I appreciate that. The Democrats believe in that as well, but we also are pursuing price, and that's where we don't agree. The bill that we are taking up unwinds a law today that prohibits Medicare from negotiating directly with drug companies. We're the only developed nation in the world with such a law, and today we move to change this. And when we do, I think we will not only save lives, improve lives, but we will also prevent bankruptcies that take place because of price. Without direct government negotiations, American prescription drug prices have soared. The annual cost of prescription drugs has risen 58% over just 5 years. This is not sustainable for people in our country. We're paying 3 to 4 times more for these needed drugs than other countries. I believe that we can pass this legislation, and the initial nonpartisan analysis of the bill found that it will reduce U.S. prices for negotiated drugs by 40 to 55% on average. It saves Medicare $345 billion by 2029. It saves patients $158 billion by 2029, and it will lower private insurance premiums. These are jaw-dropping savings. It's very seldom that we have numbers like this coming forward from the nonpartisan CBO. With these savings, we can invest and produce more benefits for Medicare beneficiaries that we all represent in our congressional districts, and we can kickstart drug research and development at the NIH and investments in the FDA. Those are very important investments, not only in our people, but the research that will benefit them. The bill is popular. In a recent poll, 89% of Americans favor allowing the federal government to negotiate with drug companies for lower prices, and we do that today. It's been bipartisan, the support for the VA's direct negotiation authority since 1992. So I look forward to the debate, and I look forward to producing legislation that is going to make a true, tangible difference in the lives of the American people, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Eshu. Now recognize Dr. Burgess, ranking member of the Subcommittee on Health, for 3 minutes.
I thank the chair. I've got to say I approach this markup with an overwhelming sense of sadness and disappointment. Sadness because of the loss of our colleague, Chairman Cummings, and disappointment because of the lost opportunity that is before us this morning in this bill. It's a lost opportunity to bring meaningful policy through this committee, a lost opportunity for us to work across the dais, most importantly, a lost opportunity to write a law that would make a real difference in the lives of constituents in all of our districts. I don't know about you, but I don't believe that I was elected to write bills that would never go anywhere. And that's exactly where this bill is headed. We're here to write bills that become law. Mr. Chairman, it's very clear H.R. 3 will never become law. The bill was drafted in the Speaker's office and forced into this committee, sidelining every other achievable drug pricing policy that was in the works. There is consensus across the dais that we should cap out-of-pocket costs for our seniors in Medicare Part D. It's a policy we can and should draft together. In fact, we had a bipartisan Energy and Commerce and Ways and Means request for information on this topic of restructuring Part D last May. And here's the binder that has the comments that we received from stakeholders in response to that request that were informing the bipartisan discussions on legislative drafting. But all that's for naught. The Senate Finance Committee has also put forth a policy to rework Part D. If we work together in a thoughtful bicameral and bipartisan manner on restructuring Medicare Part D, we'd have something that the president would sign. He's even said that this is a top priority, and our constituents would see lower out-of-pocket costs. Unfortunately, that is not the case. If H.R. 3 was going to become law, the bill would have gone through regular order, and there would have been time for a quality assessment of H.R. 3, or at the very least, a real score from the Congressional Budget Office. The commitment from the Health Subcommittee chairwoman to have a subcommittee markup would have actually been respected. The request for a full committee hearing by Ranking Member Walden and myself would have been taken seriously, but instead, we skipped straight to the full committee markup, thus cheating ourselves out of having a thoughtful dialogue and a thoughtful amendment process. When people ask me why Congress has failed to act on drug pricing this year, I'll have to explain what could have been. We could have capped out-of-pocket costs in Part D. We could have improved transparency. Instead, H.R. 3 threatens to rob American patients of life-saving treatments in the future by hampering innovation, a clear indication from the bipartisan, nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. Would any Democratic members, Mr. Rush, recognize the 3 minutes? 1 minute, I'm sorry, 1 minute.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this hearing. Mr. Chairman, we are all assembling here in this gathering with very hard, but my humble opinion, there's a scripture in the New Old Testament from the book of Micah, 6:8 says, "What do I require of thee, O man, but to love mercy, do justice, and walk humbly with your God." Mr. Chairman, early this morning, the Lord gave Elijah his final grade. He had passed on all 3 requirements. He loved mercy, he did justice, and he walked humbly with his God. So I want to commend him and commend his life for the example that he served for all of us. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say I'm moved, as all of our colleagues are. Mr. Chairman, I am excited about H.R. 3. H.R. 3 will lower prescription drug costs for millions of Medicare beneficiaries. But also, Mr. Chairman, we are considering bills that would expand services that have, for far too long, been overlooked by the Medicare program. Specifically, Mr. Chairman, I'm speaking for coverage for seniors' dental, vision, and hearing services and products, including preventive screenings, glasses, dentures, and hearing aids. We know, Mr. Chairman, without coverage for these healthcare services and products, these necessities are often unavoidable, unaffordable for seniors. And that I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Recognize Mr. Upton for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, every member in this room has been hearing from our constituents about the high costs of drugs. And we passed legislation earlier this year to address several major causes of high prices, including increasing transparency, ending practices that were delaying generics from coming to the market. We know those bills were just a start, which is why Republicans and Democrats on this committee were working together on more major legislation, including a complete redesign of the Part D program. Unfortunately, all that collaboration stopped when this bill, H.R. 3, had only 1 subcommittee hearing and no subcommittee markup. Instead of working together to find solutions that would immediately reduce the prices our constituents pay for out-of-pocket drugs, we are faced with legislation that has no chance of being signed into law, that would absolutely stifle innovation during a critical time when new and revolutionary cures and treatments are being developed. I hope that we can get both sides back to the table so we can come up with real solutions that help our constituents right away without taking away the promise of new cures for the people that we love. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Ms. DeGette for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of Congress, like all Americans, are consumers of medical care. And here's what's happening to my little family this month. Some of you know my daughter, Francesca. Some of you have known her since she was 2 years old. Francesca turns 26 next month. Guess what that means? Francesca has to get her own insurance. Now, for good news for her, her employer does offer one plan. So for most 26-year-olds, that wouldn't be a problem. But as most people here know, Francesca is a type 1 diabetic. And Francesca found out that her insulin is not listed on the formulary of her insurance company. Her insulin costs $312 per bottle list price. She uses 2 bottles a month. You know how much that is? $7,488 per year. She called her doctor. She said, what am I going to do? And you know what they said? Order it from Canada. That insulin is $30 a bottle over the counter in Canada. Folks, we've got to do something, and we've got to do something now. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Gett. Is there someone on the Republican side that would like to make an opening statement? Oh, yes, gentleman from Montana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lowering drug costs is vital to patients in Montana, and to me, this matter should be raised above the level of political theater. There are numerous innovative policies that would help patients get lower costs, but unfortunately, we have chosen to mark up a bill that won't see the light of day in the Senate. One of those policies is the Cancer Drug Parity Act, which ensures patients have access to cancer treatments that meet their needs. Many Montanans have to drive significant distances to get access to their doctors. Driving for hours to do traditional chemo treatment and then driving hours home after such draining therapy is incredibly difficult for rural patients. This bill would ensure that patients are able to get their medication in a way that's easier for them without all of the travel. Not only do we need lower drug prices, we need to be sure that patients can access those drugs. We should put these goals above partisan politics. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Every single day, millions of Americans get sicker, and yes, some die because they cannot afford their life-saving, life-enhancing prescription drugs. And why are they being gouged by the pharmaceutical companies? Because they can. The pharmaceutical companies can gouge them. But this is a historic day. We are taking a transformational first step with this legislation. Many of us remember that night in 2003 when the pharmaceutical companies said, we cannot negotiate, the U.S. can't negotiate for lower drug prices. I agree with President Trump when he said, if we negotiated the prices of drugs, we'd save $300 billion a year. Well, I agree with everything except the dollar figure because it's actually more than that. So I look forward to passing this legislation, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if I could take just a personal moment, certainly our thoughts and prayers go out to the family of Chairman Cummings. And my first session in Congress, I served on the Oversight Committee with the then ranking member Cummings. And I think to those who may not have known this, one of his primary issues that he was interested in was prescription drug pricing. And he and I worked closely together on that during the time that I served on that committee. And I think that all of us today, as we discuss this, I hope that we'll keep that in mind. Keep in mind that this was an issue that was very important to him. As fate would have it, this same day that he passed, that we're discussing this. And certainly, as I say, as we go through this process today, I hope we'll keep that in mind. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Matsui.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Medicare is a North Star program. It is sewn into the fabric of our society and national identity because it's a promise, a guarantee that all Americans deserve high-quality care when they're older. H.R. 3 builds on that commitment by strengthening Medicare, by creating desperately needed prescription drug savings for beneficiaries and their families. For far too long, rapidly increasing drug prices have chipped away at the earned benefits and paychecks of millions of Americans. This must stop. In order to tackle this head-on, we must take a comprehensive approach to reforming a drug pricing system that just isn't working. H.R. 3 does just that. I believe that by passing this bill, we have a real opportunity to make a positive difference in the lives of those we serve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Would any other Republican member like to make an opening? Okay, we'll go back to the Democrats. Mr. Lobsack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, let me note that this is a bipartisan issue. Lowering the cost of health care by lowering prescription drug prices is a promise we all made to our constituents, and I'm happy that we are following through on that promise. I think we can all agree that as individual struggles we have heard from our constituents that explains why this legislation is so important. I recently heard from a constituent of mine, Lynn Davis from Bettendorf, Iowa, who has multiple sclerosis. In April of this year, Lynn paid for a 3-month supply of her medication for $375 from an independent pharmacy because the Medicare Advantage plan cost of the drug was too expensive. 3 months later, that went up to $600. That increase occurred just over a few months. I agree with Lynn, who remarked to me that, quote, "there's no reason Americans should be paying the highest drug prices in the world," unquote. Colleagues, it is time for us to take action about this health care crisis. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to comment real quickly. Elijah Cummings was a Democrat and I'm a Republican, but I never looked at Elijah as a Democrat or a Republican. I looked at him as a friend, and I was walking down from my office through the halls of Rayburn, already missing the guy. As I'm walking along, a Capitol Hill policeman comes up to me and says, "Billy, can you believe it about Elijah?" Said he was my congressman. And, you know, it's going to be tough to fill his shoes. A great man, perfect gentleman, regardless what side of the aisle you came from. And then I come in here and you open it up with a moment of silence, so I just want to kind of add to what we've been saying about our buddy Elijah, who we're all going to miss. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. McNerney is next.
I thank the chair. Everybody knows that prescription drug costs in this country are ruinously high and something needs to be done. Americans are demanding it. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than people pay for the same drugs in any other country, drugs that are created in America. Americans are subsidizing prescription drugs for the rest of the world. This situation is making critical drugs out of reach for more and more Americans. If miracle drugs are unaffordable, what good are they? H.R. 3 will make critical drugs affordable for literally millions of Americans. I strongly support H.R. 3 and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Someone on Republican side? If not, Mr. Lujan.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I think we're all reflecting on our friend this morning, a friend, a mentor, someone who spoke with such clarity when it came to defending the American people and making a positive difference in their lives. Elijah Cummings was also an outspoken defender of the Affordable Care Act. And Elijah knew what we all know, that eliminating the Affordable Care Act would wreak devastation on our constituents, especially those in rural America. I think as we come together today, and I hear some of my colleagues talking about what the president will sign or not sign, let me point you to an article whose headline reads, "Trump praises rollout of Pelosi's drug pricing bill after McConnell rejects the measure." That's right. After Mitch McConnell, who yet again said he's going to kill another bill, said he wouldn't do it, the president said he'd sign it. So I'm not certain what truth our colleagues are trying to retell. I see the Republican staff frowning a little bit. September 17th, 2019, NBC article. I'll make this available to all of you. Let's see what we can do to get this done and stop making up news and report what's being done. The president's quotes are clear. He has said he's been talking about this for some time, since 2016, but the last 6 weeks he's gone silent. What's wrong with working to lower the cost of prescription drug prices for our constituents? Let's find a path to get it done. I yield back.
Thank you. Do we have a Republican? If not, we'll go back to Mr. Schrader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate continuing this conversation on how best to address high drug prices by holding today's markup. I'd like to take the opportunity to speak to the merits of our underlying bill, Lowering Drug Costs Now, Act of 2019. The very title, I think, speaks for itself. I hear from my constituents. I'm confident that all our colleagues up here are hearing from constituents about the cost of prescription drugs just being too high. It's irresponsible that we allow VA and DOD to negotiate drug prices, but we don't do it for others, particularly seniors. That's just wrong. The bill before us includes a number of proposals I think we can reach agreement on in this committee, in the chamber, and with our friends on the other side of the Capitol. Limiting drug price increases to the rate of medical inflation, limiting out-of-pocket costs for beneficiaries who be on the hook for high costs of Medicare Part D, and transparency measures all seem like things we can work on together. Constituents of all walks of life will immediately benefit from these policies, as well as from being other bipartisan measures that are coming before us here today. I applaud the efforts of the chairman, the leadership at the beginning point of this conversation. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you. We'll continue with the Democrats. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Almost a year ago this day, parents in Massachusetts arrived outside the office of a pharmaceutical company with the ashes of their children who died when they couldn't afford insulin. In the wealthiest nation on earth, American families are being forced every single day to pay for the funerals of loved ones because they couldn't afford the price of life-saving medication. Patients ask how much this prescription will cost me before asking whether it will keep me alive. And pharmaceutical companies have been given a choice too. Would they choose patients with access to the medication or exploit a broken system and pad their profit? They've made their choice clear over and over again. So now, finally, Congress will respond to the cries of desperate and devastated families. We'll pass legislation that lowers costs for patients, reins in the growth of healthcare costs, injects transparency into a system designed to reject it, and guarantees that taxpayers that have long funded R&D for these companies reap some of that reward. We cannot ask patients to be patient any longer. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Any other members wish to make an opening statement? Yes, Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you don't mind, I'd like to take personal privilege, as Mr. Carter and Mr. Long and others have done, Mr. Rush, and to just say a word about Elijah Cummings and why today is so significant. He was a man of respect and intellect and a steady leader. And he came from very humble beginnings, sharecroppers. And all he really wanted was to make sure that every American had an opportunity to have an education, to have a job, to have a house, and to have justice, and especially to have good health care. And today, this is about transformation. We all know we have a system that must be transformed because people can't afford it. They can't afford it. And so today, this bill to me gives people hope. And I think of Mr. Cummings right now dancing with those angels and looking down on all of us. And so as we go about this work, this week, this month, the months to come, let us rededicate our efforts to be like that man of humble beginnings and steadiness and compassion and passion and care for our country. I look at the flag flying half-staff and I look above and says, E pluribus unum, out of many one. We're one. So let's get this done. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Any other member? Mr. Soto? Oh, we go that way?
Yes. Soto's, yes, that way.
Okay. Mr. Ruiz.
Thank you, Chairman. Seniors in our district are rationing their medication, skipping on the dosage, taking only half to make their medications last, which we know is like not taking their medications at all. They're foregoing it altogether, leaving them at the pharmacies when they look at the price, the out-of-pocket price, and saying, I can't afford that. Or they're sacrificing other essentials like food in order to pay for their prescription drugs. This is unacceptable. It's also unacceptable that after a lifetime of hard work and saving for retirement, seniors on a fixed income have no upper limit on what they might have to pay for life-saving drugs. So when we talk about drug prices, patients are the number one priority. It is their health, their very lives that are on the line. So when we talk about the importance of reducing costs of medications, we need to make sure that these cost-saving measures are cost savings for the out-of-pocket costs for seniors. And that's why I'm proud to support H.R. 3, the Lower Prescription Drug Costs Now Act, because it caps out-of-pocket costs for seniors. It also requires HHS to negotiate drug prices so that our constituents get a fair and affordable price for their medication. And no one should choose between medication or putting food on the table, and new innovative drugs should be accessible to all Americans regardless of how much money they make. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding today's markup. But we're here today because of a disturbing, all too familiar statistic. 1 out of 4 Americans struggles to pay for prescription drugs. In April, this committee took its first step toward lowering the cost of prescription drugs. We advanced several bipartisan bills that address reasons why drug prices continue to rise in costs, and we're here today to resume that work. However, CBO's analysis warns of a risk of less research and development for new drugs. Fewer market entries and more market exits from certain research areas are likely to further limit access to newer prescription drugs that can treat and cure some of life's most threatening diseases. I urge my colleagues to resist the temptation to trivialize these consequences. I assure you that innovation is not a rhetorical abstraction to the tens of thousands of scientists, entrepreneurs, academics, and researchers living and working in my district, and the millions of patients who benefit from their work. The market-based system of drug development in this country rewards innovation, but when it doesn't, it's our job as lawmakers to correct those market failures. We are certainly overdue for a course correction, but I hope we remember that our job is to advance policies that don't destroy private incentives, but rather align them with the greatest possible good. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Dingle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing, or this markup. I, like all of my colleagues, are devastated by the loss of Chairman Cummings. I'm somehow thinking of John Dingell and Chairman Cummings dancing with angels above, telling all of us to work together, because they both knew in their last years the challenges. Well, they knew their whole lifetimes, but in the real world saw what was happening with the cost of prescription drugs. I sat in pharmacies, I sat in hospitals with families. I heard story after story. The facts are stunning. We pay 3 to 4 more times the average amount for prescriptions in other industrialized countries do for insulin or inhalers. And the reason's simple. Other countries negotiate drug prices and we don't. So as we do this today, I'm thinking of 2 men that I love. It's really been a hard year, but they would tell us to get it done. And I'm thinking of the mother that gave me this purple inhaler, that's working 2 jobs, is still at the poverty line, and has a child that has asthma. And we have to do something for him. I'm thinking of the 14-year-old boy that was taken off life support at the University of Michigan against his parents' wishes this day because he had an asthma attack and the EMTs couldn't bring him back. It's time for us all to work together and solve this problem.
Thank you. Other members? Ms. Gentlewoman from New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too want to acknowledge the passing of a great leader and a great man, Elijah Cummings. We, on this side of the aisle, and it turns out all the way down Pennsylvania Avenue, have long called for meaningful action to lower prescription drug prices by allowing the direct negotiation of drug prices by Medicare. And in particular, I want to note a quote from President Trump If we negotiated the price of drugs, we'd save $300 billion a year. Well, it turns out that was prescient because the CBO now says that our legislation to negotiate drug prices under Medicare will save taxpayers in this country $345 billion per year. When I hear from Granite Staters, the high cost of their medication is a constant concern, and no one should be forced to choose between their medication and rent or their insulin and groceries. Thank you, and I yield back.
Other members on the Democratic side, Mr. Soto?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, we all campaigned on allowing Medicare to negotiate. That's been something that many of us have said for years now. And why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we want to get the best prices for our seniors? Well, I got good news. Today is the day. Today's the day. We can be bold, we could lower drug prices and keep our promises, or we could dither around today over process and vote no, but eventually you'll have to go home to your constituents and explain why you voted against lowering drug prices, against allowing Medicare to negotiate. I choose to be bold and keep our promises, and I look forward to working with everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Sarbanes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just drove from Baltimore through West Baltimore, which is one of the communities that Elijah Cummings represented. That's the path I take every day. And I was thinking about why he served and why he fought as hard as he did here. And I think it's because he wanted to lift up the voices of people who he felt were marginalized every day, not just in his community, but across the country. And also he wanted to alleviate their pain. And one of the ways he sought to do that, it was in many ways his principal fight here was on this issue of drug prices. He was our voice on that. He was a champion on it. So at the very least, as a tribute to him, we have to commit our energies to trying to get this legislation passed and bring relief to millions of Americans across the country who are suffering from these high drug prices. So I thank the committee for the work on this, and thank you for the markup, and I yield back.
Mr. O'Halloran, is your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we consider a piece of legislation that will affect the life of every American. The measures before us propose solutions to bring down the rising cost of prescription drugs. This year, I've held 26 town halls. At each and every one of them, I heard from Arizona's seniors, veterans, and families about the rising cost of health care and prescription drugs. This bill, H.R. 3, is a good step towards reforming a system that has allowed for these skyrocketing costs. But let me be clear. This is just the first step in truly bringing down the cost of health care. We need to take a holistic approach to reform the whole system and ensure that American families see real savings in their pocketbooks. This requires adopting measures that increase transparency in the drug pricing industry. Our constituents deserve to see exactly why and how their drug costs 3 to 4 times or more than the same drugs in other countries. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to continuing to work with this committee to adopt common sense legislation to bring down the cost of prescription drugs. And I yield.
Thank you. Are there any other members who seek recognition for an opening statement on either side? Okay. If not, pursuant to committee rules, members' written opening statements shall be made part of the record. Please submit written opening statements to the clerk's office. At this time, we'll begin consideration of the bill, H.R. 3. Chair calls up H.R. 3, and the clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 3,
A bill to establish a fair
Without
fair
objection, the
price.
first reading of the bill will be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. And I'm going to now recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. My amendment is labeled ANS or Ains 01. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute of a, to the bill H.R. 3 offered by Mr. Pallone. Strike
Without
all after.
without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment makes technical changes to the 3 titles of H.R. 3 based on technical assistance and feedback from the Department of Health and Human Services. Additionally, the AINS makes a series of improvements to the underlying legislation to provide greater authority to the Secretary to negotiate a larger number of drugs over 10 years, as well as negotiate ultra-expensive drugs more quickly after they launch if the Secretary determines they will be negotiation eligible in the future. The AINS also makes clear that real competition is needed before a selected drug for negotiation can be removed from the list. This means that once a maximum fair price is established for a selected drug following negotiation, the drug's maximum fair price will remain in place until there are 2 or more generic or biosimilar products available on the market. Now, I'm pleased that in Title III of the AINS, 2 important policies have been included. Section 302 will require the Secretary to develop a process by which beneficiaries who reach their out-of-pocket spending cap the first time they've filled their prescription can pay these out-of-pocket expenses throughout the year instead of all at once. Subcommittee Chairwoman Eshoo has advocated for this policy on behalf of beneficiaries, and I believe it will bring greater certainty to beneficiaries on extremely high-cost drugs. Additionally, Title III includes a requirement that the Secretary establish standardized pharmacy quality metrics for when prescription drug plans utilize pharmacy incentive payment programs. And I know we will likely hear more about the issue of direct and indirect remuneration here today, and I look forward to engaging on this issue. The AINS also includes a Title IV, which will improve the Medicare Part D program for low-income enrollees through a number of policies, including providing no-cost sharing for generic drugs for low-income beneficiaries, as well as ensure low-income Part D enrollees in the territories can be eligible for the low-income subsidy, which they lack access to under current law. And finally, the AINS includes a critical transparency provision that will allow the public to have greater access to pricing information for prescription drugs. This Title V brings all the pieces together to effectively lower drug costs, negotiation, caps on excessive price hikes, necessary changes to the Part D benefit structure, and greater transparency. And these 4 solutions work together in tandem, and all are needed to rein in high drug costs. I'm proud of the legislation before us. I believe we have crafted a bill that will bring down drug prices for the American people, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment in the nature of a substitute. And with that, I would yield back. Are there any other members seeking recognition to speak on the amendment? Dr. Bouchon, recognized for
I move
5
to strike
minutes.
the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I have a question for council. It is my understanding that page 74 of the chairman's amendment includes a new provision that would empower the secretary to exempt a drug from the bill's underlying price controls if HHS determines if a drug is essential to the health of beneficiaries. This provision is representative of the bill's approach, putting the judgment of the federal government ahead of the patients and doctors. I would like to ask the council, does this provision put the sole discretion of defining what is essential to the health of beneficiaries in the hands of the HHS secretary?
Congressman, on page 74, the requirement would say that the secretary will make the determination if the drug is essential to the health of beneficiaries.
So the answer is yes. And I'd like to also ask a follow-up. Does this provision require consultation with the patient or the physician on what is essential to the health of the beneficiary?
Again, Congressman, the provision requires the secretary to make the determination.
Okay, so I'll just say, speaking as a physician, I can tell you that all drugs are essential to the health of the beneficiary, or they wouldn't have been prescribed in the first place. So as we know from the CBO analysis, H.R. 3 means the approval and availability of several cures and treatments will either be delayed or never get into the hands of patients because of the effects of the bill. The only question is whether it's going to be a cancer patient, an Alzheimer's patient, or someone else that potentially won't have a cure in the future, and I suspect it might be all of those. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Ms. Eshu for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. I'm personally really very happy that my amendment is being included in the bill. And very simply, what it does is, as we are lowering the out-of-pocket costs for seniors, for Medicare beneficiaries, to $2,000, and this, as I've said before, is going to be a real godsend to them because the average income for Medicare beneficiaries is $26,000 a year. So you go to the drugstore and the pharmacist says, here's your prescription, and it's $2,000. That's a big hit out of anyone's wallet, but especially for Medicare beneficiaries. So what the amendment does is it allows insurers, not only through Medicare, but across all policies, to essentially do a layaway plan. So that the cost, that $2,000, would be divided by 12. So they pay $100 and some a month for their prescription. So I think this makes sense. I think it's going to help millions of people in our country, and it will go a long way to remove even the lower cost of out-of-pocket costs for them without what we call sticker shock. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for including this in the bill. I wanted to highlight it. I think all of our constituents are going to benefit from this, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Walden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And this is what the gentlelady from California's comments. This is an area where we were nearing agreement on an out-of-pocket cap. Republicans very much support this concept. We hadn't agreed on the exact dollar level, and in fact, in our amendment nature of a substitute, we've picked up on the bipartisan work of our colleagues in the Senate. They had a slightly higher number, I think $3,100. But clearly, all of us want to do the right thing here for seniors and give them certainty and surety and a cap on what their out-of-pocket costs will be. We want something that will become law. We thought that the number the Senate had was a good starting place, and maybe we can negotiate from there. But let it be clear that Republicans support an out-of-pocket cap on the cost of pharmaceutical drugs for seniors. And this is an area where we could have had agreement today, but unfortunately, we don't. But we'll offer that up as an amendment, which Republicans and Democrats in the Senate have agreed to. We will put forth today as an opportunity for us to agree to in the spirit of bipartisanship. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Is there any Democrat wants to speak on the Ains? If not, Mr. Shimkus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know this is going to be a long day, and I'm not going to belabor all the issues. You would expect me to raise process questions about hearings and subcommittee mark and full committee mark, and I know that that's not unexpected for me to raise that, so I raise that respectfully. In that line, it creates a question or two, and I'd like to ask a question to council, and it deals with the cost and recovery issue. So companies often get subsequent indications for already approved drugs. Many of the most effective treatments for life-saving or debilitating treatments come from the subsequent approval of a new indication. Cancer drugs are usually approved to treat one type of cancer and subsequently is approved to treat other types of cancers. To get FDA approval for those indications, many times costly clinical trial information and data is required. So the question is, under the inflation rebates called for under Section 201 and 202 of the legislation, if a company spent resources to get new indications and increase their price above inflation to recoup all of those associated costs of receiving that new indication, would that company be subject to the rebate penalty under Section 201 or 202?
The inflation rebate is based on the price as compared over the rate of inflation.
So just for me, so the answer would be yes, that they would be subject to it.
That is correct, Congressman.
And I appreciate that, and I think that's the important thing about having a hearing and doing a better dive, because I think this answer is instructive to me and illustrates the need for more hearings on this bill. Whether you are for or against this bill, I don't think we want to be providing disincentives into further research into existing drugs that could lead to life-saving treatments. And I know that's going to be the basic debate on this bill about what are we doing to discourage investment, recovery of those investment costs when only 1 out of 10 drugs get approved. So I hope in this process we can make sure we protect that option and that incentive. And I appreciate your answers, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you and I yield back.
Mr. Doyle,
I move to strike the last word.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's a big day for our committee and a big day for the American people. Democrats have been fighting for the ability to negotiate drug prices for a long time. It was nearly 2 decades ago, 2003, when we passed Medicare Part D prescription drug benefit, and Democrats almost won this fight then. I guess the point I'm trying to make is this has been a long time coming, and the American people are ready. Poll after poll shows that Americans want the government to negotiate for lower drug prices. This is the kind of thing that government should be doing, intervening to directly help and improve the quality of life for all Americans. But more important than polls are the conversations that I know I am not alone, have time and time again with our constituents. They're struggling to afford their medication, and they're scared. I know this isn't something that we like to think about. We don't like to think about anyone struggling, let alone our parents or sick neighbors. But that's the truth. Americans are struggling to afford the medicine they need to stay alive. 3 in 10 adults reported not taking their medicines at some point in the past year because of the cost. That shouldn't be acceptable to anyone in this room, in this chamber, or in this country. We can do so much more, and we have to do so much more. We all like to think of America as a leader, but on this, we're behind. Every other developed country takes this basic step to help their citizens. That's why this bill will work. The countries in the International Price Index already have mechanisms in place to ensure that drug prices won't shoot up abroad. Pharmaceutical companies are still making money overseas. If they weren't, they wouldn't be in those markets. And they're making it hand over fist here because we've not done what our constituents have been asking us to do for years: negotiate on their behalf so they don't have to keep working into their 80s to pay for medicine, or choose between medicine or food, or raise money online for medicine, or skip out on medicine because the cost and maybe the price is just too high for them. And we know the pharmaceutical companies are making money. Drug companies have collected almost half of all the healthcare profits, and quarter after quarter shows drug makers continuing to yield the highest profit margins in the healthcare industry. In fact, they have the 10th highest average after-tax profit level of more than 100 different industries. Many pharmaceutical companies spend less than a quarter of their total revenues on research and development. 9 out of 10 big pharmaceutical companies spend more on marketing, sales, and overhead than on research, according to an analysis by the Washington Post.
Meanwhile, the lobbying group for the pharmaceutical industry spent $27.5 million on lobbying activities in 2018, federal filings show. That doesn't include what individual companies spend directly. And based on data from a survey of pharma's own member companies, 1 out of every $3 spent on drug research comes from the American taxpayer. 1 out of every 3. We're already paying for research and development. I don't say this to vilify the pharmaceutical industry. I really don't. The pharmaceutical industry creates amazing jobs across the country, and they invent life-saving medicines and even cures. We would be in the dark ages without them. I simply point out these facts to say that we won't destroy this industry by protecting consumers from the cost they simply can't afford. After all, this is the industry's mission, isn't it? To save people. This bill will save people. It will save people's wallets, and it will save their lives. It will also save the federal government to the tune of approximately $345 billion, money that we can reinvest in NIH research and expand coverage and lower cost even more for Medicare. HHS negotiates drug prices, savings can be applied across the marketplace, seniors' out-of-pocket costs are capped, annual price increases are capped at inflation, and Americans no longer need to pay 2 to 4 times what the rest of the world does. That sounds like a pretty good deal to me, and a bill that I'm proud to support. I'm proud to be able to show my constituents that Congress is listening to them and is working for them, and I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle can say the same thing. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Mr. Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike last word.
Gentleman recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for giving me an opportunity to address this issue, one that's deeply concerning to the folks I represent. And I'm very concerned about today's process. You know, it strikes me as a breakaway from the bipartisan work that we've done over the last several years and several sessions on this committee to address these types and other issues for the American people. And it really strikes me as an end run around the good governance goals that this committee stands for. The proposal that we're discussing today, in my view, is a total distraction from what we set out to do, which is to save our constituents money at the pharmacy drug counter and foster an environment where Americans can have access to new and cutting-edge treatments that could and should come to the market each and every year. But what we're seeing in H.R. 3 is a partisan exercise in nothing more than government price fixing. I actually agree with my friend conceptually, Representative Doyle, that the American people expect us to create an environment that will bring down the cost of drug prices. But I don't see any polling that indicates that the American people want the federal government to fix those prices and ultimately drive innovation out of the system and ultimately increase the cost of drugs at the counter. So this is not a bipartisan approach, nor is it a workable solution. It is a waste of time on something we know is dead in the water in the Senate, and more alarmingly, a waste of limited number of session days we have left to find real bipartisan solutions. In this committee, we have a reputation for working together, from 21st Century Cures, Creates, Pay for Delay, and other bipartisan accomplishments. Unfortunately, today, we will waste valuable time on an additional set of recently introduced bills that no one on our side of the aisle has really had a chance to thoroughly review. But you know, today doesn't have to be a total failure. Republicans on this committee have come today to offer real solutions. We have alternatives to this partisan, rushed approach. And if we could work on things that we all agree on, like an out-of-the-pocket cap for seniors, we could actually achieve a victory for the American people. We all hear at home all the time about the rising costs at the pharmacy counter for seniors, and heartbreakingly, stories of the suffering of folks with diseases and conditions that do not yet have cures. Mr. Chairman, we need to get back to what this whole debate is actually about. And I hope that my colleagues across the aisle will drop this approach and work with us during this window to actually improve the lives of our constituents. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Do we, Ms. Schakowsky, recognized for 5 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take 5 minutes. I just want to say that I'm happy that Title V of H.R. 3 provides the Secretary and the American people with critical information about how much Big Pharma is spending on things like manufacturing and research and development. And as Mr. Doyle said, $1 out of $3 that is spent on actual research into developing these drugs is paid for by the taxpayers. But yet we hear from the pharmaceutical companies all the time that the reason that these prices are so high is because they have to recoup the cost of this groundbreaking research and development. Well, this provision, Title V, says, prove it. Just tell us how much money is actually spent on research and development. We know that they spend a lot of money on marketing. We've heard on how much they spend on lobbying. But how much is really spent on the development of these life-saving drugs? And it lists and that provision lists a number of other transparency features that will actually help the Secretary of HHS in the negotiations, because we'll have some sense of how much it really costs to bring those drugs to market. So I think it's a very important provision to have this kind of transparency to help with this groundbreaking negotiation that, as I said earlier, the President of the United States has fully supported in the past and projects will save us billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, to me, really represents a missed opportunity because every member of this committee, everyone in this room agrees that we need to reduce drug costs and healthcare costs writ large. But this has been a rushed, partisan process, and I think it's just a shame. We obviously have different approaches. I believe that we should have solutions that are market-based, that preserve innovation, that preserve the quality of our system. Speaker Pelosi's approach is a government-run system that will crush innovation and it will crush research and development. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Doyle, who talked about the importance of research. And I agree with my colleague, Ms. Schakowsky, that it is important. We should know how much is really being spent on R&D. So let's look at the facts. The biopharmaceutical industry spends more on research and development than any other American industry. The National Science Foundation found that the biopharmaceutical sector accounts for the single largest share of all U.S. business R&D, representing 17% of all domestic private sector R&D. The Congressional Budget Office agreed, stating that, quote, the pharmaceutical industry is one of the most research-intensive industries in the United States. The data analytics platform Kraft recently reviewed the 57 companies in the S&P 100 that disclosed their R&D spending and calculated their average of R&D spending as a percentage of revenue. Similarly to the NSF and CBO, Kraft found that the industry by far spent the most on R&D and healthcare, with a strong focus on developing and bringing to market new drugs. In fact, the top 3 companies were all pharmaceutical companies, with Celgene, Bristol-Myers Squibb, and Merck spending 45%, 31%, and 25% of revenue on R&D respectively, and each of them significantly above the sector average of 16%. Let's compare that to the following companies' R&D spending. How about Apple? They spent 5%. GE, 5%. Dow DuPont spent 4%. Boeing spent 3%. The only sector that even came close to the amount of money biotech spends on R&D was the telecom and technology sector, which on average spent 13% of revenue. Energy companies and consumer staples companies spend far less, an average of 3% of revenue on R&D. So let's look at the real numbers. Let's talk about how much money we would be pulling out of the system. These are real cures. These are real drugs that will affect our family members and our colleagues and our constituents. We need to understand the impact of this legislation. And with that, I'd be happy to yield to anyone who'd like to speak on our side.
Gentlemen, yield. If not, we'll move to, are you yielding to Mr. Carter?
Yes, I'd like to yield to Mr. Carter, Mr. Chairman.
Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to think that everyone here knows how personally I take the issue of drug pricing and how dedicated I've been to working on bipartisan solutions to lower drug costs for patients. However, it seems every time I get my hopes up that we'll work together to pass meaningful policies to help the American people, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have put politics over progress. In the spring, I was proud to work with my friend, Congressman Schrader, on the Blocking Act to increase generic competition in the marketplace. What happened? Speaker Pelosi paired our bipartisan drug pricing bill up on the floor with political poison pills, politics over progress. This summer, I worked with Congresswoman Schakowsky to strike a deal to pass a comprehensive drug transparency bill, the Metric Act. Unanimously, it passed out of committee. What happened? As we heard just a few minutes ago, different versions of those policies we had struck a bipartisan agreement on are now being added to the Speaker's bill before us here today. Again, politics over progress. This fall, I'd hoped, and I still hope, to work with Representative Welch, Representative Schrader, and many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to reform pharmacy DIR fees to lower costs for patients. What happened? We've spent much of the fall working on the Speaker's bill, which we know is dead on arrival over in the Senate. Politics over progress. I can only hope that tomorrow or whenever this misbegotten process ends, there's still time to get back to working together so that we can deliver results for the American people. Results that the American people need, results that the American people deserve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from North Carolina yields back. Mr. Rush, recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I am pleased that H.R. 3 includes a cap on out-of-pocket costs for prescription drugs in Medicare Part D. Currently, Mr. Chairman, there is no cap, so this $2,000 limit will make a significant difference for many seniors with exorbitant medical expenses. However, Mr. Chairman, I remain concerned that the $2,000 annual cap remains financially excessive for far too many of my constituents. While I appreciate that this cap was reached through thoughtful analysis and is designed to minimize any impact on premiums, I still believe that more needs to be done. In last month's Health Subcommittee hearing on H.R. 3, Johns Hopkins professor Dr. Gerald Anderson estimated that a $2,000 cap would be beneficial to only 4% of Medicare beneficiaries. Mr. Chairman, I understand that the White House proposed a cap of $4,950, and the Senate Finance Committee proposed a cap of $3,100 annually. As such, Mr. Chairman, I'm glad that H.R. 3 takes the strongest stance to help seniors, but I worry about those who do not qualify for the low-income subsidy and yet struggle to afford their medical bills. To address this, Mr. Chairman, I believe that we should lower the cap on out-of-pocket costs to $1,500 annually, but it is critical that we also find a way to do so without increasing premiums. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to work with you to see if more can be done to help seniors who afford their medical medications as we bring to H.R. 3 to the House floor. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Just on the Republican side, I've got the following, and based on, well, I've got McKinley, Burgess, Guthrie, Olson, Brooks, Belrakis, and Duncan. All right? So And Griffith, okay. So next is Mr. Oh, yes, obviously, Mr. Rush, we'll continue to work with you on that.
Right.
Thank you for raising it.
Right, thank you.
All right, so next is Mr. McKinley for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
I recognize for 5 minutes.
We've heard several people address this, but again, Senator McConnell has already made it clear that the Senate only is going to consider legislation that comes from the House that's bipartisan. And this bill is not bipartisan. Earlier this year, we had a chance to pass significant bipartisan bills to lower prescription drug prices, which had passed under your leadership and your involvement unanimously out of this committee. But Pelosi combined these bills with billions of dollars in funding for Obamacare, which Republicans could never support. Poison pill. These shenanigans killed a bipartisan effort, a legitimate bipartisan effort. Now, from the very beginning, this is another crass partisan effort doomed never to become law. This is not what the public wants. They want us to work together. I've heard the whining that Democrats only control the House, not the Senate or the White House, so they must resort to passing partisan messaging bills. That's wrong. Republicans were in this same situation back in 2011 to 2015, when the Democrats held the Senate and the White House. Very similar. But we quickly understood that we had to work in a bipartisan fashion to get something done. We did. And we made the Bush tax cuts permanent. We cut spending by $1.2 trillion and reformed the VA, all while not controlling the Senate or the White House. Apparently, some of people on the other side of the aisle have not learned their lesson. Democrats are going to have to make a choice. Work with us, as we did you, or continue down this unproductive path. We could be working together to reform the tiering system that makes generics part of the generics get on the Part D plans. We could be working together to require brand drugs to cooperate with generics. We could be working together to stop abuses of the patent system. All these would lower drug prices and are examples of bipartisan cooperation. In fact, the Washington Post has even criticized your partisan approach, stating that, quote, Democrats are putting political potholes in the way of bipartisan drug pricing bills, close quote. Look, if all you want to do is score political points, keep doing this. Keep passing this kind of legislation that's partisan. But if you truly want to lower drug prices for Americans, put down your pitchforks and your torches of animosity, and let's get something done together. I yield back.
Thank you. On the Ms. Eshoo, Chairwoman Eshoo, recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman, and I listened carefully to my colleague. I said this in my opening statement. You're calling this partisan, potholes, process, all of that. And you're entitled, obviously, to hold your views, but I want to comment on them. We agree on a bipartisan basis that we want to bring down, and this bill does, the out-of-pocket costs of Medicare beneficiaries. Now, ours is a lower price than what is in the Senate bill, but we agree that we want to bring that down. Where we disagree is on price. If you moved into the lane of direct negotiations, then we'd have something to work with. Now, those are distinctly different views. You don't believe in that. So I don't know, do you have a bill that brings down the cost of prescription drugs, that creates $345 billion in savings in Medicare alone? Sometimes the parties are very close and they're within, a certain degrees, and you can develop consensus. This is a big split between the two parties because we do believe that direct negotiations is the best way to bring down significantly the cost of drugs. I would also add that if I had my way, I would bring together not only the direct negotiations in Medicare, I'd bring together the VA negotiations, because the more leverage you have, the more buying power you have, the lower the prices are. It's why people shop at Costco. That's why they can get 2 gallons of ketchup for $3.97 or whatever it is. I don't even like it, but it's a hell of a price. So, I'm saying this with really being clean of heart about it. We have a real basic disagreement about how to get there to lower the overall prices of drugs in our country. And I don't know if maybe the ranking member wants to say something about it, but I'd be happy to yield.
Generally, yield. Thank you. I think you're exactly right. We do have in our amendment nature of substitute, as we talked, a cap on out-of-pocket costs for seniors in Medicare. I was on the committee, as you were, when we did Medicare Part D. We did have this debate, and at that time, CBO didn't think it would save much, if anything, maybe even cost more to do direct. There are negotiators in the middle that have brought down prices for seniors. We know that under Medicare Part D, the cost of drugs is it used to be like 40% lower than what was estimated by CBO at the time we passed Medicare Part D. And premiums that some wanted to lock into statute are actually lower than they would have been if they had been locked into statute. And I'm kind of with you on ketchup, but the government didn't set that price. It was privately negotiated at Costco. So market forces can work when harnessed properly, but I wish we were having a different discussion. I wish they'd continued on and we weren't here today this way, because I think there is a deal to be had here. I really do. I believe that. We've done it before. We did it on opioids. We did it on cures. We've done it on spectrum. We've, across the map. And there was a deal to be had here, but we do have differences of opinion on how to get there. But we share a common goal of getting prices down for seniors and others. And by the way, there's more to this than just the drug costs. I mean, I think there are issues involving insurance that need to be addressed. What's covered, what's not, what's covered under our deductible, what's not.
If I just might reclaim my time, sure. I think that there's something else that's very, very important in this from our side of the aisle, and your constituents would benefit from it, that the reforms not only affect Medicare beneficiaries, but all private insurance policies as well. And that's something that is going to make, again, I think, a real tangible difference in people's lives. So I hope we can stay away from, we don't like you, you don't like us. You know what? We have an ideological difference here. And the difference lies on direct negotiations. And that's the way it is. So I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. The ranking member, Mr. Burgess, is recognized next for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chair for the recognition. I've moved to strike the last word. So the philosopher Lewis Carroll at one point attributed a statement to one of his characters: a word means exactly what I say it means, nothing more and nothing less. I think that operative word this morning is the word negotiation. So we go to the CBO to find out what was meant by negotiation, and they say the CBO assigned equal bargaining power to the two parties on average, but admits sometimes that would not be the case. Well, why wouldn't that be the case? Oh, if you added a 95% excise tax? That's not equal bargaining power. That's not equal footing in that negotiation. That, in fact, is the threat of government confiscation of your intellectual property, and that is generally something that we don't do in this country. Look, I have another concern. Mr. Peters brought it up. Let me just expand upon it a little bit. Congressional Budget Office in its report also states that the reduction in revenue would lower spending on research and development and reduce the introduction of new drugs. CBO's analysis of the bill is not complete, but the preliminary estimate is that a reduction in revenues of half to a $1 trillion mark would lead to a reduction of approximately 8 to 15 new drugs over 10 years, the average being 30 new drugs annually. So every year, if you amortize that over the 10-year CBO window, 30 new drugs are introduced, but we'd only get 28 now in this new world order that we're prescribing or dictating. You know, I do have problems with the CBO looking at things in 10-year increments. That's not real life. That's not the way our lives are run. We know from our work on the cures for the 21st century that to bring a new drug to market takes probably more than 10 years, probably more in the range of 14 years. And we know it costs a variable amount between $600 million and $2.5 billion to bring a new drug to market. So when I look at this CBO figure and you say, well, it wouldn't be that bad, just 15 new drugs that we don't get, we'll make the argument that that might be the cure for one of the worst scourges to ever be visited upon mankind. That might be the alleviation of significant human suffering that you're preventing. But here's the deal. It's 15 new drugs over the next 10 years because you have stuff in the pipeline. It's working its way through. It's going to fall out the other end regardless of this confiscatory scheme that you're putting in front of us today. But think about the next 10 years. What happens in those next 10 years? The gentleman who was here who testified on his multiple myeloma drug, who said that it works great up until the day that it doesn't, and then my hope is that there's something else in the pipeline. He was your witness. He was a Democrat witness. But he also said at some point the drug that he was on was going to run its course and he would need something different. Well, the company that was vilified during that hearing is actually working on the next iteration of what that individual will need when his current medication runs its course. But the point is, we don't know what the next 10 years is likely to hold in innovation. My expectation is that there would be a lot more stuff coming our way. But if we pinch off the pipeline, yeah, okay, for the next 10 years, we're getting 15 fewer drugs. I suspect when the Congressional Budget Office completes its analysis, and I know they don't like to look at the next 10 years, goodness knows, Representative DeGette and I have argued with them for years on our Preventive Health Savings Act that we need to widen that window out over 10 years because preventive health services, generally the payoff takes longer than 10 years to be realized. But that next decade and the decade after that are the ones that are really at risk. That's your children's cures, that's your grandchildren's cures. Please keep that in mind. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. On the Democratic side, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much. You know, drug prices in America are like the Wild West, and our neighbors back home have been at the mercy of these astronomical drug costs set by the pharmaceutical companies for too long. So we're going to level the playing field today. Because no one should have to make a determination of whether they're going to put food on the table or they're going to be able to take their medicine. And I had a telephone town hall meeting last week, and that's what I heard directly from my neighbors back home. And they expect the Congress to act. So here's how we're going to level the playing field. And this is long overdue. We're going to empower Medicare to actually negotiate fair prices. A lot of folks don't understand that in Medicare right now, there's a blanket prohibition on the ability of America to use its negotiation power to find fair prices in drugs. This will be very important to our neighbors back home. Second, we're going to make those savings available to our neighbors who have private health insurance. That's going to be a godsend to many families across this country. And then, third, we're going to create a new out-of-pocket cap, a $2,000 limit on prescription drugs for our neighbors who rely on Medicare for their health services. Now, if that wasn't enough good news, there was really good news issued by the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office just last week. They said, they looked at the bill and they said, pretty much, we're going to save about $345 billion in coming years just because we've come up with this all-American solution to negotiate fair drug prices. So that $345 billion in savings, I hope we can now plow into maybe making the visit to a dentist more affordable for our older neighbors, or maybe covering the cost of their hearing aids, or covering the cost of their glasses and optometry care. That will make a significant difference in the lives of our neighbors. And I've listened to my colleagues across the aisle who said this is rushed. To the contrary, this is long overdue, and this is something that we've been working on for many, many years. I was elected in 2006 with a lot of my colleagues who I sit with here today, and at that time, we passed a bill to allow Medicare to negotiate lower drug prices. It unfortunately stalled in the Senate. That's kind of a all too frequent refrain. But to say that this is rushed and it hasn't been analyzed, and that's rather disingenuous. This is long overdue, and I'm proud to co-sponsor the Lower Drug Costs Now Act. It will make a meaningful difference in the lives of my neighbors back home in Florida and all across the country. So let's get on with it. Let's move this bill. Let's move on with the debate so we can achieve these savings for our neighbors back home. And I'll yield to my good friend, Mr. Sarbanes.
Thank you for yielding your time. I just want to address what seems to be an operating premise on the other side, which is this idea that we can't make drugs affordable and do research at the same time, because that was sort of underlying the last comment we heard across the aisle. We can do both of those things. There's plenty of room when you look at the way the pharmaceutical industry has been operating. They got plenty of room there to continue to do good research and innovation and pioneer these important breakthrough drugs on behalf of the American people, at the same time that we can bring the cost of these drugs down. So I'm anticipating that throughout the markup, we're going to continue to hear this refrain that it's got to be one or the other. It's got to be sky-high costs of drugs, or it's got to be breakthrough innovation and research. We can do both of those things. And the fact of the matter is that you can have all the new breakthrough drugs in the world, and if people who need them can't afford them, what good does that do? So we have to strike the right kind of balance, which is exactly what we're trying to do with this legislation. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Florida yields back her time, and next we go to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
I'm recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks. I have a question for council. I spent a lot of time since I've been on this committee on Medicaid and trying to deal with Medicaid, and so I just have a specific question on the bill, I guess now the nature of substitute in front of us, how it interacts with Medicaid best price. And so the question would be, if a manufacturer has their price set by the secretary, does that become their new Medicaid best price?
Congressman, the legislation does not change the formula to calculate best price. And so that would remain the same calculation as current law.
So if the price they are given is higher than the best price, which one would supersede? It would.
The maximum fair price could be taken into consideration for the purposes of calculating the average manufacturer price.
So how would that how does that deal with the Medicaid's best price? Because I know that has to be guaranteed to be the low.
Right, so the average manufacturer price will take into account the maximum fair price that is established under Title I.
So it doesn't affect the formula? So what if the formula, I mean, how does that affect the formula then?
The legislation, the amendment, and the nature of the substitute does not touch or the Medicaid or best price definition in the Medicaid statute.
Okay, thanks. Just a quick comment. I know that, and I agree with what my friend from Florida just said, dealing with drug pricing's time has come. It's long overdue. We need to do it. But the question is, and I know somebody previously said, well, we just didn't look for regular order and just write this off. We're doing something big here today. But going through the subcommittee and going through the full committee and having the opportunity to see how does this bill interact with other programs, other drug pricing, is important to do. And so I think we need to fully contemplate how this works and moves forward. And I'm not sure we've looked at every aspect of how different drug pricing programs interact with this. And that's a concern and something that if we had done this a different way, in the right way, we'd probably have a better opportunity to have a clear answer. So I finished my time. I can yield, or yield. Yeah, I'll yield to my friend from Texas.
And I think the gentleman brings up a good point about the time we've had to evaluate things. And I apologize, I'm going to ask a question. It may be absolutely obvious to everyone, but we just got this amendment, the nature of a substitute, from the majority. So if I'm reading correctly on page 83 of the amendment, the nature of a substitute, rebate deposits, line 24, the amounts paid as rebates under subsection C shall be deposited into the Medicare prescription drug account in the Federal Supplementary Medical Assistance Trust Fund established under section 1841. So if I'm reading that correctly, that money doesn't go to the consumer. That money doesn't show up at the counter at the drugstore. It's going into a federal account. Is that correct?
The rebate would be deposited into the Medicare Trust Fund. The Part D rebate would be.
So how is that lowering the cost for the consumer?
Again, the rebate would be placed into the Medicare Trust Fund.
So I still have the same observation. And I haven't had a lot of time to assimilate the language that's been put in front of us this morning, but it seems like the money doesn't get to the consumer, so the relief is not provided to the end user. So the concern that has been brought up on multiple fronts this morning, that problem doesn't get solved. We solve the problem that we get more government control over a relatively large industry in this country, but are we really, is one of the deliverables help to the consumer who's having to make the purchase?
Well, I mean, I don't know that this is a question for counsel, Dr. Burgess. I mean, basically, we're talking about the impact on consumers, but I think the council's already
reclaiming
answered.
my time because it's about to run out, and I have another amendment when we get deeper into this that I will bring this issue up again, but I wanted to set the stage. I mean, this is important. How are we affecting the end user here? The final common pathway should be to lower the cost at the drug counter, and I don't know that this amendment is getting there, and I'll yield back to the.
I'll yield back.
Thank you. Is anyone on the Democratic side, the gentlewoman from Delaware?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to underscore just how important it is to my constituents that we lower their prescription drug costs. 2 weeks ago, I held a town hall meeting in Sussex County, Delaware. For the first hour, we didn't talk about anything but health care and how unaffordable it is, about co-pays and co-insurance squeezing paychecks, about frustration because my constituents want to know why they pay so much. Many in the audience were actually shocked to learn that we weren't already able to negotiate prices for, through Medicare. With the Lower Drug Costs Now Act, we have a comprehensive solution to bring down the cost of prescription drugs, a solution that 92% of Americans support, allowing the negotiation of drug prices in Medicare, and then extending that to Americans no matter where they get their insurance, allows even those who get their insurance through employers to pay less for their prescription drugs. In addition to lowering drug costs, this bill is making sure prices don't spike up again without cause. That means our constituents won't be left wondering why a drug that cost $50 last year to them now costs $100 this year, or why they're paying more than citizens in other countries. This is really a moment for us to make a difference for the American people, and I look forward to supporting the Lower Drug Costs Now Act. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Next, I have the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Olson, recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. I'd like to start out by offering my voice to the staggering loss of Chairman Cummings. While I never served on a committee with Chairman Cummings, I know that his word was his bond, and that's rare in today's hyper-partisan Congress. Now the bill before this committee. The one issue all Americans agree upon is the high cost and complicated pricing structure for prescription drugs. According to the CDC, almost half of Americans use at least one prescription drug every single day. That's me. I take 4 prescription drugs every single day. Sadly, skyrocketing prescription drug costs have made it more difficult for Americans to afford the medicine they need. However, Speaker Pelosi, acting like a Texas Longhorn in a china shop, ordered a radically different drug pricing strategy to the one embraced by this committee just a few months ago. Heck, the Washington Post writer Paige Winfield Cunningham wrote at 7:18 this morning, quote, House Democrats are pushing forward on their partisan drug pricing bill, end quote. H.R. 3 would put the federal government in control of the healthcare market. And as my colleagues all know, the 10 worst words American needing healthcare coverage can hear is, I'm with the federal government and I'm here to help. I could spend more than my 5 minutes gushing about all the great bipartisan legislation this committee has passed in the last 10 years. But sadly, this bill says loud and clear, those days are gone. They're over. H.R. 3, as the Washington Post said, is a partisan and radical government-controlled solution that will stifle innovation and the development of new life-saving medications. As the CBO found out, we may lose 15 new drugs in the next 10 years. I've got a friend who's struggling with ALS. Maybe we can cure that with a new drug. This bill may take that option away. I urge my friends on the other side of the aisle to rethink this strategy. Let's stop playing politics. We are the legislative branch. Let's legislate. Let's go back to the drawing board and work in a bipartisan manner through regular order. Thank you. Unless someone wants time on my side of the aisle, Mr. Latta, I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone on the Democratic side would like to speak? If not, we'll go to Ms. Brooks, recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word. I agree with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that we all want to bring down out-of-pocket costs for our constituents, and that we can and should be able to protect innovation as well. But our biggest objection with this bill is that H.R. 3 will hurt medical innovation, biomedical research and development. We've all heard, and they are very sad and compelling stories about our constituents and our neighbors, our friends and our family members, whether they have chronic diseases, whether they have rare diseases, whether it is, it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and 1 in 8 women will suffer from breast cancer. But what CBO has shared with us is that this bill will hurt innovation, that the reduction in the manufacturer's revenues from Title I of this bill will result in lower spending on R&D, and thus reduce the introduction of new drugs. And new medicines bring new hope to people who have diseases. And while I think we can do both, we were working on both. We were working on both for a while. We were working in a very bipartisan good way. And now, what CBO is telling us, is what you've already heard, is between 8 and 15 fewer new drugs will come to market over the next 10 years. Life-saving treatments and cures. We don't and shouldn't be demonizing the pharmaceutical industry. The drugs that they bring to market cost, on average, $648 million on the low end to $2.5 billion on the high end. The science is complicated. They fail far more than they succeed. The vast majority of preclinical programs never advance to human studies, and less than 10% of drugs entering clinical trials ever receive FDA approval. The biopharmaceutical industry puts more revenues back in R&D than any other industry, as we've already heard. Private companies and investors far outspend what the federal government does each year on medical research. There are ways to do this better. In a 2017 report, Research America found that the largest contributor to U.S. biomedical R&D was industry. It accounts for over 67% of medical and health research spending, and yes, the rest comes from taxpayers. But there are innovative, different, creative ways to do this, not the way we are doing this now. H.R. 3 will undermine the important role of private sector R&D in the U.S. because countries with price controls have suffered a decline in their pharmaceutical R&D. In 1986, European firms led the U.S. in spending on pharmaceutical R&D by 24%. But after price controls were imposed in Europe, they have fallen behind. And by 2015, they fell by 40%, lagged the U.S. So yes, we want to bring prices down for our constituents and our families and friends. But we all know that it is because of the cures and the medical innovation and putting the funds back into innovation that will bring the cures that will solve issues with asthma, will solve the issues with insulin and with the prices for juvenile diabetes, and will solve the issues that so many constituents have such hope for. We were working in that path. We had a different way. We were working on common goals, but we have stepped back today. I completely, respectfully disagree with my colleagues. We have taken a significant step back by moving on this particular bill, and I think we can get back to the path forward, and would ask us to reconsider that and yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Kennedy, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I appreciate the opinion of our colleagues, and look, I come from a community that has a vibrant healthcare sector, a vibrant drug discovery industry, a vibrant pharmaceutical industry. The last thing in the world that anybody wants to do is hinder innovation. We want these new drugs on the market. We want to help cure disease. I think it is worth recognizing a couple things here, though. One, we have had a number of hearings around drug prices over the course of this Congress. We had one, I think, in the room upstairs, where when I asked a pharmaceutical CEO what we should do to try to wrestle down healthcare costs, the suggestion was invite CEOs, have a hearing, and ask how to reduce healthcare costs. At a hearing where we invited CEOs about how to address healthcare costs. This has been consistent obfuscation and dodging for literally years. And the number of conversations that I've had with folks in industry to say, listen, you've got a chance here to come to the table, help us try to figure this out, make sure we don't damage innovation, make sure we are putting in place the right incentives, to ensure that new drugs are going to get discovered, make sure we're not doing damage to this model. And all that we got was, okay, we'll come back later. And so at a certain point, you've got in front of you a good faith effort to tackle literally the single biggest issue confronting so many Americans that we've heard have come to the dais in front of us and said that they are literally having to make excruciating choices about how to pay bills or get access to medication. And now we're getting questions about process saying Democrats have somehow not followed this process and that we were working on it and it's a priority from across the aisle. I am old enough to remember when Republicans were in charge of these committees, when Republicans had unified control of Congress, when the president said over and over again that this was going to be a top priority. And yet nothing happened. In fact, the priority from our Republican colleagues was taking health care away from 30 million people. And so if that's the question, if you had unified control of Congress and you had a chance to do something structural for our healthcare sector, what would you choose to do? You chose to take healthcare away from 30 million people rather than make prescription drugs more affordable for all Americans. So respectfully, that argument wears a little thin for me and I think for a lot of others. What you've got here is a good faith effort to start this process in a real and meaningful way to expand access to critical medication for millions and millions of people. And if you got problems with details on it, great. Let's hear it. Let's make it better. But that's not what we've gotten in feedback we've gotten from industry. And that's not what we're getting here today. So no, there's not anyone on this side of the aisle that wants to hinder innovation. But give me a break that is going to be the argument that we're hearing after an industry has been showered in profits from a tax cut. Give us a break when you look at compensation for executives in the pharmaceutical industry. Give me a break when you talk about the actual structural aspects of this business model. Come on. And I got to sit there and have a mom show up with the ashes of their child saying we couldn't get access to insulin? Yield back.
Gentlemen, yield. Yeah.
Yield to Mr. Sarbanes.
Just want to associate myself with your comments. If I'm the pharmaceutical industry and I'm sitting around anticipating this hearing and I'm trying to figure out what's the best argument that we have that we can throw out there to protect this incredibly huge profit margin that we've been able to assemble over the last few years, I would do exactly what's being done. I'd say, if you pass this bill, it's going to undermine effective research and innovation. I get why that's the argument that you're going to, but it doesn't hold up to scrutiny in the way the congressman from Massachusetts just explained. There's plenty of room here to continue to do the research we need, not just the private research that industry can offer and does very effectively, but with the savings that get generated to then bolster the kind of public research we can do, the research in the public sector through agencies like NIH, and put together a combination effort that keeps drug prices low and gets the research done so that we can deliver these drugs, these life-saving drugs, to Americans all across the country. Yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. Next, I have the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield some time to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, many parts of the logic related to CBO's score of H.R. 3 really confound me. But what I really was struck by was CBO assigning equal bargaining power to the two parties in the negotiation process. In reading the bill, I'm not sure how anyone can make that assumption. Now, granted, I am not a lawyer, but I did read it, and I just simply cannot understand how you can make that assumption that this is equal bargaining power to the two parties. And, Mr. Chairman, I've got a few questions of counsel so that I can get some clarity on this bill. First of all, counsel, in the negotiation process, is the maximum price that can be negotiated a price that equals 120% of the average international market price?
The maximum fair price is 120% of the AIM price. Yes.
So that is correct. The answer is yes. So if a company offers, counsel, hello? If a company offers to accept the lowest price offered in one of the 6 countries that are named in the bill, does the secretary have to accept that price?
That is right, Congressman. Should the manufacturer offer the lowest price available in the 6 countries, the secretary shall take that price.
Okay, that's why we call it equal bargaining power. Okay. All right, so the ceiling price in the negotiation is 120%. Hang with me here now. So the ceiling price is 120% of the average international price, and the floor is effectively the lowest price offered in one of the 6 countries, which by definition would be lower than the 100% of the average international price. That could somewhat lower the international average, but given that some countries on the list cover a fraction of the drugs covered in America, that price could be much lower. So if the secretary and the manufacturer don't mutually agree on a price within the floor and the ceiling, can the secretary unilaterally set the price for the drug at anywhere in between 100% of the average international price and the lowest price that's offered in one of those 6 countries?
The legislation establishes a maximum fair price program in which the secretary shall negotiate with the manufacturer for the length of the negotiation
But that's not the
period.
question. The question is, if the secretary and the manufacturer don't mutually agree, they don't mutually agree on a price within the floor and the ceiling, the floor and the ceiling, can the secretary unilaterally set the price for the drug at anywhere in between 120% of the average international price and the lowest price that is offered in one of the 6 countries?
Then the manufacturer and the secretary would not come to an agreement by the end of the negotiation period, and the manufacturer would be subject to the penalty.
So that's the bargaining, equal bargaining. Okay. So if the manufacturer doesn't accept the price unilaterally, that's been determined by the secretary, would the company be subject to the excise tax created under Section 102 of this bill, which takes a company's 95% of their sales, and you just said that that is the case?
If the manufacturer and the secretary do not reach agreement, then the penalty will be implicated.
Which is 95%, correct?
It begins at 65%.
Okay, but it ultimately gets to 95%.
That's correct.
Okay, so under this bill, the secretary can unilaterally set the price, which could be as low as the United Kingdom price, a country where only 64% of the drugs available here in the United States are available to patients in that country, or the secretary can unilaterally set the price as low as the French price, where only 53% of the drugs that are available in this country are available to the patients in that country, or the Australian price, where only 41% of the drugs are available to the American patients, are available to those patients there. So the company would have to take that price, or they would have to face a 95% tax on their patient's medicine. Is that correct?
No, Mr. Carter.
Is that correct?
Mr. Carter, that's not really a question of counsel. I mean, I think she's explained to you what the parameters are of the negotiation.
She has, Mr. Chairman, but I'm just trying to make the point that when you say this is equal bargaining power to the 2 parties, nothing could be further from the truth. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but if you read this, you understand that is not equal bargaining power. How could anyone assume, if you've read this, how could anyone assume that that's equal bargaining power? This is not a negotiation. And that's fine if that's what you want it to be, but don't call it a negotiation because it's not a negotiation.
The gentleman's time is
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I yield back.
Anyone on the Democratic side? Ms. Schakowsky, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to go back to the innovation argument, which I think is really tired and overused and really not true. The Republicans offer a false choice to us. Actually, we can have lower prices and innovation. There's more than enough spending in the system to reduce drug prices without impacting research and development. 9 out of 10 big pharmaceutical companies spend more on marketing, sales, and overhead than on research and development. And remember the tax bill that the Republicans passed? Big Pharma received billions of dollars in savings from that bill, yet none of it went into their beloved research and development or into lowering drug prices. Instead, that tax cut, those billions of dollars, they announced over $70 billion in stock buybacks for their shareholders. The pharmaceutical industry profit margin averages 2 to 4 times more than those in non-pharmaceutical industries. This innovation argument is just a ploy to protect a greedy industry, and we have to put on a pedestal for far too long. And now we're saying that we're creating a really unfair negotiating system for these poor pharmaceutical companies. So furthermore, Big Pharma is more focused on evergreening their drugs than actually innovating. In other words, making a small change in the drugs. And between 2005 and 2016, only 13% of all drugs approved were innovative products that serve previously unmet medical needs or help advance patient care. The rest of the drugs approved involved in incremental changes to existing drugs, such as a new dosage, or rather than actually changing the drug in a dramatic way. Big Pharma will do anything to protect their profits, even spending valuable time and energy on how to stop competitors rather than developing new products. Also, let's just remember who funds the real innovation in this country, and that is the American taxpayer. NIH research funded by taxpayer dollars has contributed to the development of every new medicine approved by the FDA between 2010 and 2016. And you want to know how much money the American taxpayers contributed? That amount, $100 billion. So I really think it's time to stop with the preaching about innovation and face the facts. Big Pharma spending is far less than they are telling us on their research and development, and an innovative drug is useless if people can't afford it, and that's the situation today. And I yield back. Thank you. Yes, and I would yield the remaining of my time.
Well, let me just explain. I made a mistake because you didn't actually have any time because you already spoke. So I'm going to ask, who did you want to yield to? You haven't spoken, right?
I haven't spoken.
All right, so why don't we attribute her time to you, and you have another minute and a half.
Okay, reclaiming my time then. Yes. Hey, listen, I'm not against pharma making profits. I'm not against them making obscene profits, but not off the backs of Americans alone. My constituents in Stockton, California, and Brentwood, California, and Antioch, California, should not be subsidizing pharmaceutical drugs across the world. If pharma wants to skin users, let them gouge foreigners as well as Americans. H.R. 3 will even out this travesty. If you oppose H.R. 3, you're making Americans subsidize foreigners. Oppose H.R. 3. And by the way, don't count on the president's promise to reject our bill unless you want to be left out to dry in the face of overwhelming support for H.R. 3. I yield back.
Thank you. And now we go to Mr. Griffith of Virginia, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Burgess raised earlier an issue of unconstitutional taking of intellectual property, which would be covered under Amendment 5 and not be constitutional to do so. He raised that issue. I have other concerns on the legislation related to the Constitution that we're considering today, and I believe that some portions of this bill may constitute a bill of attainder prohibited under Article 1, Section 9, Clause 3 of the Constitution. A bill of attainder is aimed at preventing Congress, or the prohibition against it is preventing Congress from punishing specific individuals or groups. Courts have historically considered three conditions. One, whether the legislation targets a specific group or individual. Two, whether it inflicts punishment on the group or individuals. And three, whether it lacks provisions of a judicial trial. I would submit to you all, a legal argument can be made that all of these conditions are met in this legislation. So I have some questions for council, and Mr. Chairman, I don't have any problem because I made this mistake earlier in the year where I thought council had legal training and they may or may not. But if somebody wants to tag team you or somebody else, that's fine. But I think the first couple of questions are not going to be a problem. And that question would be to council first, the provisions in H.R. 3, particularly the tax penalty, are directed at the drug manufacturers. Isn't that correct, yes or no?
The tax penalty provision is for a manufacturer's non-compliance with.
And then under H.R. 3, a company could be penalized with as much as a 95% tax of their gross revenue. Isn't that correct? Yes or no?
That's correct.
And I think a reasonable argument could be made that a 95% tax on gross revenue is a significant punishment to inflict on any corporate entity. And everybody knows that companies must spend more money in order to bring a product to market. So now the question, under the excise tax called for under this legislation, is the excise tax deductible from federal corporate or personal income taxes in the case of an S corporation?
Congressman, that is outside the jurisdiction of the Energy and Commerce Committee and better directed to the Committee on Ways and Means.
And so that would be a problem for us because we don't have an answer. All right. So in the scenario I laid out, the company would be paying production costs to manufacture and market the product, paying taxes already required under current law, and then paying a 95% tax on gross revenue for not accepting a dictated price. Is it possible that with the inclusion of the penalties, a company could face a situation in which they are paying more to bring a product to market than they will earn from sales of that product?
Yeah, but that's really not a
All right.
coincidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And I think the answer is yes, because if you are bringing the drug to market and you don't get to deduct it, and then you could be and get a 95% penalty on your gross revenue, you could be above 100%. I think most companies would find this situation financially unfeasible and would be forced out of the market. I believe a punitive tax rate of 95% by itself to be a taking, getting back to Dr. Burgess's point, by the federal government, especially since the intent is not to produce revenue for the federal government, but to coerce behavior. The argument that this is a taking is amplified when you consider this bill could create an effective tax rate of in excess of 100% for the sale of a product. This bill does not provide a manufacturer an opportunity to challenge the penalty imposed by the Secretary, though the judicial system, through the judicial system. Now, isn't that true that the bill does not have a judicial system remedy?
On page 45 of the legislation, there is a limitation on judicial review under 4 provisions: the selection of drugs, the determination of whether a drug is negotiation eligible, the determination of maximum fair price, and the determination of the units of the drugs.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Yes. So it is clear that the group that the Democrats want to target with this tax penalty is the drug manufacturers, and look, there's lots of reasons to do that. Requiring a corporate entity in any industry, in this case the drug manufacturers, to accept a price for their product or alternatively lose 95% of their gross revenue is, I think, by anyone's logic, punitive. And there is no legal process in the legislation that allows for those manufacturers impacted by tax penalty to challenge the Secretary's decision in a court of law. Ladies and gentlemen of this committee, I think I've just laid out the legal case and why this bill needs to be amended and spend more time in the committee, and I yield back.
Thank you. Do we have anybody on the Democratic side? If not, I'm going to go to Mr. Bilirakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all agree that drug prices are too high. This committee has demonstrated that when we put patients first over partisan politics, we can deliver major wins for the American people, like 21st Century Cures, FDA reauthorization, and landmark opioid legislation. I can go on and on. We all want more innovation and more cures. We all want to lower the cost of medications. However, we can do so on a bipartisan basis, again, without jeopardizing access to medications now or the next cure in the future, especially for rare diseases, as we've seen other countries that employ price control tactics like the one under H.R. 3. Take, for instance, 29-year-old Brittany Roberts in Canada. Brittany has lost use of her hands and arms in the past 3 years and is now starting to lose her speech due to a rare disease known as spinal muscular atrophy, or SMA. A blockbuster drug, Spinraza, could treat her type 2 SMA, a degenerative disease that affects motor neurons, nerve cells, and the brainstem and spinal cord that control essential voluntary muscle movement, such as walking, speaking, swallowing, and breathing. However, Spinraza for SMA type 2 is not a widely covered drug in Canada. Brittany has pleaded with government officials for coverage. However, New Brunswick Health Minister Ted Fleming says there isn't enough data to show her condition will improve with the drug. Brittany's response, what they're not realizing is that maintaining that we have right now, again, maintaining what we have right now, maintaining my speech, my ability to breathe, is so very important. She continues, and I quote, "They're not thinking about the fact that if we don't get it, we will die," unquote. Government should not be in a position of deciding which lives are valued over others because of the cost of a drug. As co-sponsor and co-chair of the Rare Disease Caucus and an advocate for policies that help bring treatments to those with rare diseases quicker, it is critical to me that legislative proposals we consider do not jeopardize the innovation, development, and access to drugs used to treat rare diseases. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anybody
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And to your point on SMA and all, you'll find in our Republican amendment, Nature of a Substitute, a plan to deal with that. We know with SMA, one shot before a certain very early age can make enormous difference in the life of the child, their entire life. And so we provide a mechanism for Medicaid to pay over time, too. I think all of us in the public policy arena are trying to figure out how do you pay for these drugs that are very expensive and apply to a very small population. And the more we get toward precision, individualized medicine, we're going to have to come together on this. Or the alternative could be those drugs don't get manufactured. Now, we've heard a lot today about innovation. We are simply referring to what the Congressional Budget Office provided for all of us when they said up to 15 new drugs would not be created in this 10-year window. We're not making this up. This is CBO. We believe if you go outside that 10-year window, you'll actually see innovation decline further. We can argue about that, but we should agree that CBO has made it clear 8 to 15 new drugs will not come to market. We don't know what those are. Are they the cure for sickle cell? Are they the cure for ALS? Are they the cure for some disease that nobody will pursue because the government's going to come in and mandate the price, or the drug may not even be available overseas like we've heard, and then what happens? And so we're serious about getting prices down, but doing it in a way that works for innovation, works for patients going forward, and I yield back.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Yes, Mr. Butterfield. Gentleman from North Carolina recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've listened to the ranking member for the last few minutes, and I've listened to many of my other Republican colleagues, and, you know, you've been talking about how H.R. 3 is going to stifle innovation. Now the argument seems to be moving to whether or not this is constitutional. I was listening to Mr. Griffith a minute ago, and I just have some strong feelings about that. There's no reason to think that there are any constitutional problems with this bill whatsoever. Of course, Farmer will sue. We all know that this case will probably end up in the Supreme Court one day. But Farmer will sue to challenge H.R. 3 when it becomes law. And of course, drug manufacturers will claim, as some of my colleagues are trying to suggest today, that it is unconstitutional. But that does not mean that the arguments that they are making have any merit. There's no question that Congress has the authority. We have the authority to regulate drug prices. I don't know who can question that. Drugs are clearly sold in interstate commerce. There's a long line of cases, Supreme Court cases, that grant us broad latitude to regulate interstate commerce, including prices for goods. There's no reason, Mr. Chairman, to think that drugs should be any different. The idea that we're going to put drug companies out of business is ridiculous. All we're asking for and all we're doing here is trying to get a fair price for the American people. It is time for a change. Drug companies cannot continue to charge whatever they want to charge, regardless of the consequences and regardless of the cost to the American people. So let's put this constitutional argument aside, if we can, and let's talk about the merits of H.R. 3. Thank you for the time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Flores, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
There we go, making sure the clock started. I'm proud that in my time in Congress, this committee has demonstrated a tremendous track record of working together to find bipartisan consensus on a number of issues. Yes, we've often disagreed, but we've always worked together in good faith toward a solution. Earlier this year, we worked together to pass bipartisan solutions to spur competition from generic manufacturers and to bring down drug prices. Yet those solutions have been steamrolled by the House Democrat leadership, whose sole focus has been to appease their most extreme socialist members, to put politics over progress. It's been said before, and I'll say it again, because the American people should understand this. This is partisan politics at its worst, and the most vulnerable among us will suffer the consequences. We are better than this. Beyond the broken process, I have some substantive concerns with H.R. 3. First, to characterize what this bill calls negotiation would be laughable if the consequences of the policy were not so serious. In a negotiation, the parties are free to walk away, and each has some form of leverage to influence the outcome. But that is not what this bill proposes. No, under this bill, a drug manufacturer, whether they are a startup or an established enterprise, has no negotiating power. Their choice is simple. They can accept the price set by the government, or be subject to a punitive excise tax, or they can move overseas. No one with a straight face can say that is negotiation. At best, this is socialist price setting. At worst, it's unconstitutional confiscation. Either way, it is an exercise in yielding raw government power that will have dire consequences on both future drug innovation, patient safety, and American jobs. Regardless of what you want to call it, this bill will have a crippling effect on scientific innovation. Drug manufacturers spend billions to research, develop, and bring life-saving drugs to market. If they can't recoup a profit, either due to price setting or through government confiscation, they will simply stop investing the resources to develop life-saving therapies. And no one in this room can tell me that this will not be a consequence of H.R. 3. For one, we know what price controls have done to innovation in Europe. There is no innovation in Europe. Further, as we've talked about numerous times today, we know that the CBO has stated this bill will be a drag on innovation. More importantly, what we don't know, however, is what life-saving cures will be foreclosed, what diseases will not be cured as a consequence of this bill. To that end, I encourage my friends in the patient advocate community, those champions at organizations like the Alzheimer's and ALS associations, and those advocates at the National Organization for Rare Disorders to stand up, and speak loudly. You know firsthand the consequences of this bill. Lastly, this bill also threatens patient safety. Last year, the FDA announced that a carcinogen had been found in a widely used blood pressure medication and oversaw a recall. And who was the culprit? Who was responsible for contaminating the drugs and placing American patients at risk? It was manufacturers in China and India. In response, some of my colleagues have rightly stated that we should work with the private sector to find ways to rebuild our domestic manufacturing capacity. They've also rightly noted, but that failing to do so leaves too much risk of our drug supply chain under foreign influence and puts patients at risk. I agree with this, and I hope that we can work on solutions to shift our supply chain back home. Yet, inexplicably, we are now considering a bill that, if enacted, would further tear down U.S. manufacturing by implementing socialist price controls masquerading as so-called negotiations and push even more manufacturers into the arms of Chinese companies. Given that China's history of lax oversight and the resulting threat to patient safety, this is unacceptable. Given these concerns, I ask that my colleagues put politics behind, vote no on H.R. 3, and commit to a process that we can work together to lower drug prices, prioritize innovation, and protect public patient safety. Thank you, Mr.
Would the
Chairman.
gentleman yield his last 45 seconds?
I'll yield the last 45 seconds.
Thank you, and I'll just brief. I just want to give an example of a drug regime that is no longer available because they can't make a profit. And I've been in this space, and the chairman knows for many, many years, the antimicrobial resistance. In this area, because there is no return on investment, companies are exiting this space. So one of the biggest threats in our society would be antimicrobial resistant. We need to have the drugs to be able to do that. When you don't incentivize the ability for companies to just make a profit, they will leave the space. So there is an example out there right now for those who say this is not going to happen, this is a false premise. It is happening, and it is happening in this space. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Is there anyone on the Democratic side? If not, we're going to go to Ms. McMorris Rogers.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to briefly respond to my friends on the other side of the aisle who have implied that federal funding through NIH would fill the gap in private sector R&D that would be destroyed under H.R. 3. The belief that the public sector, the federal government, is responsible for most of drug development is flawed. Both American innovators and the public sector work together, placing the burden on the National Institutes of Health, NIH, to take over applied biopharmaceutical R&D would significantly take away from the true mission of these institutes that we all cherish. Their mission is to support basic biomedical research. This means that basic research through this legislation may be decreased. The FDA Center for Drug Evaluation and Research Director Janet Woodcock has stated that while NIH has been instrumental to drug discovery and development, the NIH and academia should not be in the business of developing new pharmaceuticals. That is because NIH's work is heavily geared toward the early stages of development, with a relatively small amount of expertise in bringing drugs to market. An article in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences found that while NIH funding contributed to research associated with every one of the 210 new drugs approved by the FDA from 2010 to 2016, over 90% of this funding was on the basic research related to the biological targets for drug action rather than the drugs themselves. It is not NIH's core mission to develop and bring new medicines to market. Most of NIH's research plays an important indirect role in pharmaceutical innovation through basic research. NIH basic research complements our cherished pharmaceutical industry applied research, which is why it's important to maintain the investment in both. You know, this is a time that I would love to see us double the funding at NIH. We are on the verge of some amazing discoveries. Let's be the country that leads in these breakthroughs. America has been the country over the last 70, 80 years that has been leading, and it is because of these American innovators. Let's not move forward on legislation that's modeled after countries that pale in comparison. It's been mentioned earlier. The United Kingdom has 64% of the drugs available as the United States. France, 53% of the drugs are available as patients here in the United States have. Australia, where only 41% of the drugs available to American patients are available. Even our own Veterans Administration, 25% of the drugs available to our Medicare patients are actually available at the VA. The proposal before us today is not an American solution. Why not work together to pass a uniquely American solution that would bring down prescription drug prices to consumers, that would continue to build upon the last 70 to 80 years of American leadership and ensure that we cure diseases and improve the outcomes of millions of lives? Why not work with an administration who's already taken steps to bring down prescription drug costs and do something uniquely E&C, unique to the Energy and Commerce Committee, which we've done so many times in the past, which we've done this year. We did it with 21st Century Cures. Pass a bipartisan solution. This is not necessary today to move forward on a partisan approach, on an approach that's modeled after countries that pale in comparison to what we have done in America. That is what the American people hunger for. We can deliver. Let's do it. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. The gentleman from Vermont is recognized for 5 minutes, Mr. Welch.
I thank the chairman. You know, we, I think, have to be more direct. The current system is absolutely financially unsustainable. It doesn't work. I mean, the Vermont Medicaid program is going broke. Vermont employers are facing wicked increases in the Blue Cross Blue Shield premiums that they pay on behalf of their workers. And the biggest rising cost is the cost of pharmaceutical drugs. And, you know, there's a lot to be said about the innovation that we've seen in pharma. But if the cost of the drug kills us, people can't afford it, and access is limited by price, it has an effect on public health. And the fact that some other countries don't have as many drugs, yet they have better health outcomes than we have in the United States, many of the countries that my colleague just mentioned, should ask us a question. I mean, the current system, we're unique. We are absolutely unique in this country where we have no governmental role to push back on behalf of consumers against the unlimited pricing power of the pharmaceutical industry. That's the reality. And what is being argued, as I hear it, is that if we intervene at all, using governmental power on behalf of consumers, on behalf of employers, on behalf of taxpayers, it's going to crush innovation. Now, let me be candid. There could be an impact on innovation. I mean, if under the current model, you can come up with a product, you've got a guaranteed buyer in the VA program, in the Medicare program, in the Medicaid program, and you get to name your price, what investor doesn't like the sound of that deal? But why are we here? We're here because pharma brought us here. There is not a member in this committee who doesn't have a loved one or person they know, a friend, who didn't benefit from life-saving and pain-relieving medications. That is a good thing, and we want to sustain it. Nobody wants to limit that access. But pharma pushed, and they pushed, and they pushed. And those CEO salaries, $100 million, and they justified it because they're doing great things for medicine. 99% of their incredible profits went back to shareholders in stock buybacks. And then using the market exclusivity that this Congress provided to them, where they have that monopoly power, they continued to raise prices on prescriptions that citizens needed, even though there was no improvement in the medication, even though there was no cost increase to them in the production. They did it because they could, and because we let them do it. So we've got a situation where we can continue with the status quo, and that is unlimited pricing power to the pharmaceutical industry. Whatever the CEO salary was last year, let's double it. Whatever we had in dividends, let's raise it. We've got the public, the taxpayer, the employers who somehow, some way will figure out how to deal with that 10 or 15% premium increase. And we have employers now, the average cost of an employer-sponsored health care plan is $20,000. What's that doing to the capacity of a worker to get a raise? So there's not a pure answer that's going to make everybody happy. But here's where I want to be candid. This is not a partisan issue. This is a policy disagreement. I happen to believe you have to have price negotiation in order to make any progress on affordability. A lot of my colleagues don't. That's a fair and square debate. It's not partisan, it's a decision. You know, I offered an amendment in 2017 to have price negotiation in this committee, and it was voted down on a straight partisan vote. Now, I didn't see that as a partisan issue. I saw it as a disagreement, and we're playing that out now. But bottom line, there's a decision, status quo or not. We're going to figure out innovation because there's not a single person here who doesn't share the concerns of Congresswoman Brooks. She stated them quite eloquently. But it's got to come with affordability, and the ripoff has to end. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Is there anyone else on either side that seeks recognition to speak on the amendment and the nature of the substitute? If not, who? Mr. Soto? On the Republican side, no? Mr. Soto is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to talk a little bit by the numbers about what this bill does. 55%. That is the percentage of reduction in negotiated drug prices, and that's a pretty healthy margin. $2,000, that's the cap of out-of-pocket prescription drug costs for Medicare beneficiaries, a healthy savings. $158 billion, that's the total overall patient savings. $345 billion, that's the savings to Medicare that will be able to help out with coverage for eyes, for hearing, and for other key coverages. The CBO has concluded that it's 8 to 15 fewer drugs over 10 years that'll be approved. In that same time period, we'll approve 300. So when we're talking about innovation or the stifling of innovation, we have numbers. We don't have to speculate on it. 300 drugs are estimated to be approved over 10 years. 8 to 15, potentially, fewer drugs may be approved because of this bill. So when we're talking about 55% reduction, a $2,000 cap, $345 billion in savings versus the cost of 8 to 15 fewer drugs over 10 years, I frankly think it's worth it. And I think most Americans, when they look at those numbers, 8 to 15 fewer drugs versus a revolution in savings for Medicare beneficiaries, that this is the right thing to do, and this is the right path that we're taking today. And I yield to Ms. Blunt-Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Prices have been increasing over time at historic rates. Other countries have been negotiating to take advantage of their collective purchasing power. This plan gives the Secretary the authority and the tools to do the same for Americans, focusing only on drugs with no price competition. In negotiating, the Secretary will have to take into account a manufacturer's R&D cost and the extent to which the manufacturer has recouped those costs, production cost of the drug, and other factors on a fair price with the manufacturer. The Secretary does not unilaterally set the price. As Americans, we are paying 3, 4, and even 10 times higher what is being charged for same drugs in other countries, even though those companies admit that they still make a profit overseas. Americans will have lower prices and allow companies sufficient funding to continue to have robust R&D. Negotiating for lower prices is the definition of capitalism. We don't call it a price control or a price fix when the Secretary of Defense negotiates with Lockheed Martin on jets. It's about using our collective buying power to get a better deal for the American people. When I was state personnel director, that's what we did. We negotiated with companies. That's the same thing that other companies do as well. So I just want to be clear, this is the definition of capitalism, the ability to negotiate. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Okay. Does anyone else want to speak on the Ains? If not, we're going to move to partisan amendments.
Well, do we need to vote on the Ains?
Well, if you have no amendments, but I think you do.
In fact, I have one right now, Mr. Chairman. I'm feeling one come on.
All right. Mr. Chairman?
All right.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Pallone?
Yes.
Move to strike the last word.
Who wants to strike the last word?
Okay, I think.
Who?
On the Ains.
Henry.
Mr. Lujan, did you?
Yeah, he already spoke.
I haven't spoken on this, Mr. Chairman.
Oh.
It might
He
feel like
hasn't
a chairman
spoken on the
vote.
Ains. Okay, Mr. Lujan is recognized.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear my colleagues trying to equate negotiation with price controls or socialism, and so I believe that warrants a response. You heard the example that my colleague from Delaware used. I want to repeat it. We don't call it price controls when the Secretary of Defense negotiates with Lockheed Martin on the cost of a new military jet. Negotiating for lower drug prices is the definition of capitalism. We don't call it price controls when the VA negotiates for lower drug prices for our veterans. There's nothing patriotic about sitting back and doing nothing while drug companies continue to rip off all American patients and the tax-paying public while charging less for the same drugs in other countries. We know these stats well. Americans currently pay 3 to 4 times as much for prescription drugs as other nations, while Medicare is banned under the law from negotiating on drug prices. Just so we're clear, it surprises a lot of people across America to know Medicare isn't allowed by law to negotiate prices on behalf of its beneficiaries. We're trying to fix that. That's what the debate today is all about. By changing the law to allow for there to be negotiating on drug prices, as opposed to making it illegal, which is what the status quo is. Right now, there is no free market for drugs in the United States. The system is rigged to allow drug corporations to charge whatever they want. The government grants monopolies that charge patients whatever the market will bear. H.R. 3 allows the market to work. We need equal bargaining power to ensure Medicare gets the best deal on prescription drugs. It's what we owe to the American people. And I'm hopeful that we can find common ground on this.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
So I'm just, the negotiation situation with Lockheed Martin, is that based on what other countries pay for the product? And is there a floor, is there a ceiling? And if Lockheed Martin doesn't agree to the price the Americans will pay, do we penalize them up to 95% of their gross revenue for the product?
The good doctor, I would use the example of the
Because
VA.
if that's not the case,
reserving my time.
then you can't compare the
time.
two.
As the gentleman knows, the VA currently allows for the negotiation of drug prices. As a matter of fact, it might surprise my colleague from the other side of the aisle that in 1990, there was actually a piece of legislation pertaining to Medicaid that allowed for there to be negotiations to be passed on to Medicaid providers. But then manufacturers said, well, we're going to go by this game. We're going to stop offering these discounts. So then in 1992, when Republicans were in charge, and in 1992, Veterans Health Care Act was adopted. Am I wrong with that, Mr. Chairman? Oh, it was Democrats that were in charge.
Oh, I apologize. Democrats did the good work then as well. I'm glad you pointed that out to me. In 1992, the Veterans Health Care Act granted the VA to be able to move forward in this space. And so all that we're saying, and the argument that I was presenting is, let's do the right thing here. Let's change the law which currently bans Medicare from negotiating prescription drug prices. The American people don't understand why we've made it legal, why the Congress has made it legal not to lower their prescription drug prices with this negotiating. That's all that I'm trying to point out. I would yield to Mr. Sarbanes.
Yeah, just in the time remaining, I wanted to emphasize a point I think Congresswoman Blunt-Rochester made, which is really critical, and that is that the Secretary, among the criteria that the Secretary is required to consider as the negotiations are underway, is whether the company is in a position to recover legitimate, genuine costs associated with the research and development of a particular drug. So that analysis is going to be done, and that's a very effective backstop against the possibility that this process that we're putting in place is going to have the effect of undermining the kinds of research and innovation that we want to see with new drugs. And I simply point that out to suggest that this has been very carefully constructed and designed, this particular bill. And if you read it, if you really get into it, it's something we can be very proud of in terms of protecting all the various priorities that we care about. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a spirited debate here. Everybody anticipated that. I wish we'd had a spirited debate and marked this bill up in regular order in the subcommittee, which is the great grand history of this committee under Republicans and Democrats, but that was, despite being promised, did not meet reality. So we're here. This bill's being changed in the last last 24 hours, whatever, to make some corrections, and that happens. I get that. But some of these examples are really astonishing to me. First of all, there is negotiation that takes place under Medicare Part D. I was here when we wrote the bill. Yes, we had a fight over this. My friends are right. There was a big debate about whether the government should come in and do this or whether the private sector could do it. And a lot of us believe the private sector could negotiate back and forth because drugs needed to be on a formulary, insurers offering the plans, wanted to keep the prices down but have a robust formulary, and the result was the overall costs are about 40% less than what they otherwise would have, what was projected by CBO. So the market works, but it needs updating and modernization. Nobody's arguing that. And nobody's arguing that some of these drugs come out at a price that's unsustainable and that our constituents cannot afford them. We did a lot of good work in this committee, though, to try and address these individual problems without having a full government takeover of the drug system in America. And we did that by modernizing the FDA approval processes. We did that together, those of us who were here last Congress on this committee. We passed the user fee modernization bills unanimously, I think, out of the committee and off the floor, and we're seeing the results. We, Republicans, supported a provision in the ACA dealing with biosimilars. And if you got somebody that's suffering from rheumatoid arthritis, in August of this year, as a result of the work that was done there on biosimilars, there's now an alternative to Enbrel. There hadn't been prior to that. It takes a long time for these drugs to work their way through the system. We all want to do something about pricing, but our argument about innovation is with merit and with the backup of the CBO. The Congressional Budget Office is the one telling us in their documents that up to 15 new drugs won't come to market, won't be made, medicines that could do all kinds of things we don't know, but they won't come to market most likely because of reduction in investment in innovation. We're not making this up. That's what the Congressional Budget Office, our nonpartisan office, said, and that's just in the first 10 years. Some of us think investment will shift in the private side. We'll get more sleeping pills and who knows what drugs that are easy to knock off and make money on, and that if you can't get a good rate of return, you'll go somewhere else, and we will lose innovation. This is something we're serious about. We all believe in it. We supported the 21st century cures. My gosh, the work that Diana DeGette and Fred Upton did and everybody else that was here was all about finding cures, and I can't imagine any of us wants to diminish the access to miracle drugs. Look at on the cusp we are of curing sickle cell anemia. It's amazing. And yet we're told by the people we rely on for information, the Congressional Budget Office, up to 15 new drugs may never see the light of day, never get through a lab, never show up in a medicine cabinet or solve a problem for a patient. There's a way to do this right. I'll just tell you from our side, we feel shut out of the process. We were negotiating on Medicare Part D modernization, and then everything went silent. And we know that the Speaker's office moved this bill forward, and here we are. And so it's frustrating. We'll have an amendment that is pretty thorough, addresses some of the concerns my good friend from Vermont has raised. We'll have that in our amendment. The Medicare out-of-pocket caps, my good friend from Silicon Valley has raised. We have that in here. We have our creates bill. We would have put the surprise medical bill in here too, but we have a little jurisdictional dispute, so we can't do that here. But we put together a good package and some of the bipartisan ideas out of the Senate, because we actually want to get something into law, and I know you do too. And we do have this disagreement on this one issue, but it shouldn't tube the whole thing. And so I hope you'll support our amendment. It's good, really sound policy, and I'll yield back my time, and then I'll have the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Whose time was it? Mine. Oh, you yielded back. Okay. Next, we have the gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer.
Thank you, Chairman
Recognized for
Pallone.
5
I move
minutes.
to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the inclusion of my legislation in today's markup, which will help protect Granite Staters and Americans all across this country who struggle to afford and access the medications they need. Today's markup is a testament to our commitment to lowering the cost of health care and medication for families and seniors and ensuring we keep the promises we've made to folks back home. So I was very pleased to join Representatives Haley Stevens, Johanna Hayes, and Terry Sewell in introducing the Maximizing Drug Coverage for Low-Income Seniors Act, and I'm pleased that it's part of our work today. Simply put, this common sense legislation would improve the Medicare Part D enrollment process for our most vulnerable seniors and ensure that they are in the best plan to meet their needs. Currently, our low-income seniors are randomly assigned to their Part D plans so that seniors and taxpayers pay too much. Believe it or not, as currently structured, we have a program for low-income seniors that doesn't assign them to plans that would minimize their out-of-pocket costs. Though this is a program intended to help folks afford prescription drugs, sometimes they're placed in plans that don't take into consideration the medication they actually need or the pharmacy they prefer to go to. In my home state of New Hampshire, where rural Granite Staters value our way of life, we should never have to drive further than is already necessary to get the most affordable price for medication. This is straightforward legislation that would replace the random system with one that intelligently assigns beneficiaries the best fit for their prescription drug needs, relieving them of the burden of the high cost of their medications. It can save Granite Staters and seniors across the country thousands of dollars on out-of-pocket costs. It will also save everyone taxpayer dollars by simply better matching Medicare enrollees to their plans. The solution to lowering prescription drug costs is multifaceted, and this is a step in the right direction. Thank you, Chairman Pallone, for including this legislation in our work to lower the cost of prescription medication and to improve access to life-saving drugs. I'm a proud co-sponsor of H.R. 3, and I look forward to continuing our work to keep our promise to the people. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlewoman.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I have an amendment at the desk.
I think we still have one more speaker.
I move to strike the last word.
Ms. Daggett, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to say anything, but I keep hearing repeated references to 21st century cures, and Mr. Upton and I are really, really proud of that bill, as everybody on this committee is. But here's the problem, is you can come up with new drugs and new treatments and cures, but if the patients can't ever afford to access them, then what good is that going to be ultimately? And you will not find a Democrat who is more committed than I am to development of new drugs and therapies, who understands that we don't want to have a chilling effect. But for the most part, that's not what we're talking about here. I heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk about innovation in the same breath as I heard them talking about insulin. And as I said, I'm the co-chair of the Diabetes Caucus, which all of you are a member of, with Congressman Reed. And Congressman Reed and I did a little rogue investigation last year on insulin pricing. And the truth is, insulin is probably the best example of why we need to have negotiating power. For example, one vial of insulin in 2006 averaged $68. Today, the very same vial of insulin, no changes, no innovations, is now over $300. Why? Because of the way our prescription drug pricing has evolved in this country, not because of innovation and research. And what that means is that diabetics who are trying to buy insulin are having to pay $6,000 or $7,000 a year. And as I said in my opening statement, how do I know this? Because my very own daughter is about to be enrolled in an insurance plan which will, if she has to pay the out-of-pocket for her insulin, will cost her, age 26 years old, over $7,000 a year. How is that affordable to Americans? Now, my colleagues keep talking about how we need to have innovation and we can't hamper the NIH, and I totally agree with that. But in fact, the NIH is spending the money on that basic R&D. They're not the drug companies that are developing the actual drugs. 95% of all the drugs anticipated to come to market under the current system will be brought to market under H.R. 3. I desperately would like to work on this in a bipartisan basis because we do want to have those new drugs innovated, but most of the drugs that are on the market have skyrocketed in price, not because of innovation, not because of research, not because of the pharmaceutical companies researching, but because of the way our drug pricing system works. And we've got to fix that. And this bill may not be a perfect bill, but it's as near as we're going to get right now, and that's why I'm going to support it. I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. If anyone else, I'm going to move now to amendments. Oh, you want to speak too? No, he has an amendment. Oh, you have an amendment. Okay, we'll recognize. So now we're moving to amendments to the AINS, okay? Partisan amendments to the AINS. We'll start with Dr. Burgess, recognized.
Thank you. I have an amendment at the desk. FCR Part D insulin rebate 01 XML.
Okay, clerk will report the amendment. If you have it.
We probably do have it. Locating it.
He said ANS 02, Dr. Burgess, is that it?
No.
Which one is it? ANS 01? No? What is it?
Insulin. Mr. Burgess, did you say 01? 01 at the end of that code.
Insulin rebate 01.
Insulin.
Mr. Chairman, we have the amendment now.
You have it? Okay, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Burgess. Add at the end of Title II.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Gentlewoman reserves a point of order, and Dr. Burgess is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank Representatives Brooks and Guthrie for their support on this important policy. This amendment would require that 100% of the rebate on insulin be passed down to the patient at the pharmacy counter. The average list price for insulin has nearly tripled, as we've heard several times this morning, between 2002 and 2013, and patient out-of-pocket costs have been rapidly increasing. While rising drug prices are troubling to me, the reason for this rapid increase in insulin price is concerning to another degree. Even the hearings that we had in oversight and investigations earlier this year failed to provide much transparency into why we are seeing such escalating insulin costs. We're all familiar with the stories, rationing of insulin because people couldn't afford to take it as they need it. Patients and their families, of course, should not have to choose between insulin, which they literally require to stay alive, or food or other necessities. Now, there was a Kaiser Family Foundation study. The total Medicare Part D spending on insulin increased over 800% between 2007 and 2017, totaling over $13 billion in 2017. Overall, diabetes costs Medicare upwards of $100 billion each year. For some insulin products, the average per capita out-of-pocket costs to non-low-income subsidy enrollees increased by more than 100% from 2007 to 2016. The overall average out-of-pocket costs per year for a beneficiary increased from $324 in 2007 to over $600 in 2016. For a senior on limited income, as we heard in our oversight investigations hearing, this is unacceptable. So this amendment, by passing through 100% of the rebate dollars on insulin to the consumer at the pharmacy counter, at the point of sale, will directly lower out-of-pocket insulin costs for diabetics. There was a study done in 2018 that estimates that passing through even just a portion of the rebates on insulin products at the point of sale could reduce patient out-of-pocket spending by over $300 in a year. That same study stated that only about 50% of Medicare beneficiaries have their diabetes under control. Some of that is due to noncompliance, and some of the noncompliance is due to the inability to afford their medicine. One could argue that reducing out-of-pocket insulin costs for individuals with diabetes would have a positive impact on adherence to a drug regimen. Our system is structured in a way that allows for rebates, but it's opaque, and patients often don't see the benefit from those rebates. This amendment would require that not just 100% pass-through of the rebate dollars, but would require a study to further improve Congress's knowledge of what insulin pricing policies could be pursued. The amendment would require the Comptroller General to report to the Congress the effect of the insulin point-of-sale rebate, including the trends in list price, savings for patients, beneficiary out-of-pocket costs, and generic and biosimilar market entry. Such information would be important, showing the real impact of this policy and identifying areas where additional efforts that Congress could pursue to lower a patient's out-of-pocket costs. Rationing of insulin is detrimental to the health and well-being of the diabetic patient, and I hope that other members will support this amendment to directly lower insulin costs for patients so that they can get the care that they need. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be happy to yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. DeGette would like to
Move to strike
speak
the last word.
on the amendment, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman, I'm confused about what this amendment does, and I'd like to ask counsel if they could let us know. The sponsor of the amendment says that this provides 100% of the price concessions to the patient, but which patients would it apply to? The way I'm reading this, it looks like it would only apply to Medicare Part D recipients and maybe Medicare Advantage recipients. Is that correct?
Congresswoman, it would be for Medicare Part D recipients of that specific plan, and the MAPD plans too as well.
So this would not apply to all diabetics, whether they're on private insurance plans or other types of plans?
No, this would apply to Medicare beneficiaries in an MAPD plan or a standalone Part D plan.
Do we have any idea how many individuals that is?
There are close to 44 million Part D enrollees.
So I'd like to ask Mr. Burgess, if I could, why did you just limit this to Medicare Part D and those recipients? Why not all diabetics?
Trying to keep it within the parameters of germaneness and be able to successfully argue against a point of order that was likely to be raised. But I also feel that this is a good starting off point. And if the gentlelady wants to offer a second-degree amendment,
Well, I
I
only
would
just
be
saw
happy
that.
to accept that.
Reclaiming my time, I only just saw this amendment for the first time right now. But I would be, I think that, Congressman Reed and I are working on standalone legislation on insulin pricing, and I think this is the right direction, but I don't really think it's going to go far enough to help all of the patients. I'll yield to the chair.
Yield to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Eshoo.
I'd like to ask the council, it says at the top, requirement to provide 100% of certain negotiated price concessions for insulin at point of sale. Now, the companies in their negotiations, the PBMs with the manufacturers, with that whole supply chain, we don't know what their negotiations are. So how do we know what this 100% price concessions on rebates is going to be? How do we know that?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Well, I want to ask
Actually,
the
Ms.
council.
DeGette's time. Would you yield to Dr. Burgess?
Sure. I will.
Dr. Burgess is
I'd
recognized.
like to hear the council answer that question.
Well, now I'm getting confused. Is the question to Dr. Burgess or to council?
I was asking it of the council.
Okay.
There's no requirement, I mean, it points to what the negotiated price would be. It doesn't.
But we don't know what the
specify what that price would be, but it would require 100% of the manufacturer rebates to be, which are described
I'd
in
yield
that
to Dr.
subparagraph.
Burgess if he has a response to that.
You want to respond?
Well, the report that is required in the amendment from the Comptroller General, I believe, would be expository to that type of information. And again, it would have the benefit of informing the Congress, and so we would be better informed, better able to make a decision. I apologize that this is the first time the gentlelady has seen the amendment. Had we done a subcommittee markup, it probably would have been discussed then.
Well, I think we
Okay,
want to
reclaiming my
All right,
time.
wait a
I
minute.
yield it
Ms.
back to
DeGette
the
has
chair.
the time.
Yes, I reclaim my time and I yield back to the chair.
The fact of the matter is, we just don't know. This is,
All right, I'm confused now.
well,
Ms. DeGette has the
I
time.
just
Do you
yielded back to Ms.
yield it to
Eshoo.
me.
Okay,
just
we
yielded
yield
to
to Ms. Eshoo.
The fact of the matter, my colleagues, is while this reads, provide 100% of certain negotiated price concessions, we don't know what that means. This is in Medicare Part D. We know that the pharmaceutical companies negotiate with the PBMs. They cut a deal between each other, but we don't know what those rebates are. We also know from our hearings that the rebates do not go to beneficiaries. Now, they might under this, but we have no idea what it represents. So I thank the gentlewoman for yielding to me.
Gentlelady yields back and I yield back.
All right, the Ms. DeGette's time has expired. The ranking member is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank Dr. Burgess, Mr. Guthrie, and others for this really important amendment. Let's talk about what this does. And I don't think I need counsel to tell me that. I can read it with all due respect, but we know 1 in 5 people over 65 have diabetes in America. We know this amendment applies to Medicare. We know that this amendment says 100% of the price concessions negotiated between the manufacturers and prescription drug plan or a MAPD plan and taken into account under et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, will end up going to these patients in Medicare. They get the savings. Now, I know my friend from California has raised the issue about we don't know what that number is. Yes, but the plans know, the manufacturers know, everybody involved knows what that is, and they will be compelled by this bill, by this amendment, if it were to be accepted. We solve the very issues some of my colleagues have raised. Now we will know the rebate goes, the savings go to the patient at the counter. Now we know that those on Medicare will actually get their insulin and get the full savings at the counter, and these companies have to comply or they're in violation of the law. So just because we don't know at this moment what the number is, they know, and the law will say, if this were adopted and became law, the law would mandate that those savings be passed on. That's no different than you would do in tax law. I don't know what your income is, but you know, and you report it, and you have to do certain things as a result. That's all we're saying here is the savings that are achieved will go to the person who needs the insulin who happens to be on Medicare. I think that's pretty good policy here. And it's 100% of the savings. So we're taking the game out of the system here, and we're making sure seniors with diabetes get access to all the savings. Isn't that what we've been talking about? How do you help the out-of-pocket cost of a senior? You do it by passing this amendment. This is our opportunity. Those who've said we've waited too long, you're right, let's get it done. Vote yes on this amendment, and I would be happy to yield to other members on our side of the aisle. Mr. Guthrie, do you want to weigh in? Oh, I think you'd do a great job, though, if you wanted to weigh in.
Well, I just want to thank the member from Texas. I was going to point out that you're right. The savings in this amendment is Medicare Part D because that's what's been negotiated is Medicare Part D. I'm also adding workforce, and they're having to limit amendments to ERISA because that's what's in the jurisdiction of that committee. So it's not that we don't want people outside of Medicare Part D to get the benefits of lower insulin prices. My chairman of the O&I committee and I first got together, we said we want to deal with insulin prices, but it's what's in the jurisdiction of this committee. It would help, as we talked about, I don't know how many people are diabetic, but it certainly covers 44 million lives, and I would hate to vote this amendment down because it doesn't go further. And I will yield back to the ranking member.
Well, I thank the gentleman for his comments and his leadership in this area. And again, there should be bipartisan agreement on this because we all have said we agree on getting the savings to the consumer. This does that, and on a topic we're all pretty upset about, the cost of the insulin. So if you want to do something about it, here's your amendment to do it. We extend it in the spirit of bipartisanship and hope it will achieve your support. And with that, I would yield back.
Thank you, and I now yield myself 5 minutes in opposition to the amendment, despite the impassioned plea by my colleague, the ranking member. The bill carves out insulin for negotiation to lower prices for all Medicare beneficiaries and patients in private insurance. And a point-of-sale rebate will result in increased premiums for Part D beneficiaries and will result in higher costs for all Part D beneficiaries. H.R. 3 already mandates that the Secretary negotiate for the price of insulin. This new price, which would be substantially lower, would be available not only to Medicare beneficiaries, but also for individuals in private insurance. So I urge members to oppose this amendment, since H.R. 3 will bring relief to the millions of Americans who rely on insulin, who are currently suffering from the unreasonable price increases that have occurred in recent years.
Will the gentleman yield?
Of course. I yield to the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Okay, I think we sorted this out down here, and the chairman is right. The underlying bill already allows negotiation for insulin prices. What this amendment, the first thing I want to say is, it may be that a lot of people on Medicare have diabetes, but one question would be how many of those people are insulin dependent? Because as you know, there are several types of diabetes, and not every diabetic is insulin dependent. But beyond that, I think we need to argue the facts here because we're dealing with people's lives. This amendment says 100% of certain negotiated price concessions for insulin at point of sale. So Congresswoman Eshoo asked counsel and Dr. Burgess, how are we going to know what the negotiated price is? And Dr. Burgess said, because they're going to do this study and report. Well, if you read this section B, study and report, there's nothing in here that says this study and report is going to be on the negotiated price concessions. And furthermore, the ranking member just admitted that we're not going to be able to find out what this is. And so here's the thing. I feel, in case you can't tell, I feel quite strongly about this because we're dealing with millions of people's lives and their ability to pay for the drug that keeps them alive. And I don't think that it is right for Congress to be passing something that gives the illusion that it's going to reduce the price of their insulin when in fact we can't get even the information to know how much that would be. So I think what we should do is rely on the underlying bill, which actually allows for the setting of a price of insulin so that everybody who is dependent on insulin can pay for it. I yield back to the chairman.
I thank the gentlewoman.
Would the chairman yield?
You want to,
I'd like to ask counsel a question. At the top of the amendment, requirement to provide 100% of certain negotiated price concessions for insulin at point of sale. What's point of sale?
That would be for the beneficiary at the pharmacy counter or
At the
where
pharmacy counter.
where they receive their
So at the
medicine.
pharmacy counter, how is maybe we should ask the person who offered the amendment. How does the pharmacist know what the negotiated rebate is between PBMs and pharmaceutical companies when the Medicare beneficiary shows up at the drugstore?
It's generally will yield. This is not necessarily at the pharmacy counter, it's the point of sale, but the plan,
What is the point of sale?
well, point of sale could be mail order, it could be the CVS pharmacy, it could be a community pharmacy, but the point is that disclosure would be from the PBM to the pharmacy manager, who would then make that pass-through available to the consumer.
Well, that doesn't, I'll tell you, it's not a surprise to everyone. I'm a senior. I think I want my plan rather than yours. At least it's clear, and it's a promise that can be kept. Yield back.
yield back the balance of my time. Mr. Upton has 5 minutes.
Strike the last word, yield to Mr. Walden.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Former Chairman. Look here, this is pretty clear, and I want to clear up some misconceptions. And with all due respect, this does not carve out insulin from negotiated price. That's not what this does. This does not wait for a study. That is not the correct reading of this amendment. This says the savings achieved will be passed on to the recipient. That's what this says. 100% of the savings that are achieved in the negotiation go back to the Medicare recipient. We're talking tens of millions of people here. 1 in 5 seniors has some form of diabetes. My own grandfather lost both legs to gangrene because of diabetes. This actually does more for seniors than the underlying bill. This is a clear plan. They have to pass on the savings. We're going to mandate that they do, and that it gets to the consumer, which is what the goal we have on this side of the aisle. And I think you do as well, that the consumer should be the beneficiary here. And so it's a very simple amendment that says 100% of the savings go to the consumer. So when my grandfather were alive today, and he's not, obviously, he would be able to go to the counter, get his insulin, and get 100% of the savings. That's all this is. That's all this is. It's a very simple. And then what we say, if you go to page 2, is we require a study to look at how this works. We don't wait for the study. We say, go look at this and report back to our committees about how this works, and let's look at any trends in the list in net prices, insulin, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But before that, so we don't carve out this out of the negotiation. This is post all that, so it gets negotiated under your bill. And what we say is take the savings, give it to the seniors. Take the savings, give it to the seniors, wherever it is they get their insulin. But give it all to them, 100%. So 1 in 5 seniors have diabetes. We're talking Medicare, Medicare Part D. Boom, it's in here. We don't carve it out, it's in here. And we asked for a study to find out how it all worked afterwards. But in the meantime, our seniors who are clamoring for help with the cost of their insulin will get the help they need and deserve as a result of Dr. Burgess's amendment. That's what this is, and I yield to the resident pharmacist of the Congress, Mr. Carter.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I'm finally glad to see a solution that'll lower insulin prices for the patients in need. Keep in mind, I'm the one who was at the front counter. I'm the one who waited on these people, who had to tell them how much their insulin was. I was the one who saw them struggling to pay for it for so many years. Addressing the cost of insulin is a big motivating factor for all of us in the drug pricing crusade, and I think it's clearly punctuated at our 2 oversight and investigation hearings on insulin. Cutting out the middleman, the PBMs, and requiring all rebates and discounts on insulin products to be passed directly to consumers at the point of sale is one of the most impactful ways we can immediately lower insulin costs in this country. I know what the PBMs say. I hear it all the time, and I've heard it for years. Those rebates go back to lower premiums. Well, how many of you have had a lower premium? And oh, by the way, the PBM is owned by the insurance company. They're taking the money in one pocket and putting it in the other pocket. That is total BS. I'm just telling you. Meanwhile, diabetic patients are struggling to afford the insulin they need to survive. I hear all the time from patients in Georgia, just like remember Gail DeVore, who testified at the oversight hearing about her and her husband's struggles to afford the insulin and how these costs impact everything else in their lives. Don't think it's just the insulin. When they can't afford it, when they struggle, and when they take their money to pay for the insulin, that means they're not paying for something else. That means they're having to do without something else. So today we're offering a real solution. We're actually putting our money where our mouth is. We're actually putting their money where it will help them to get their insulin. I don't know how we can make it any clearer. This is exactly what listen, no one wants to see drug prices lower more than I do, but I want to make sure it's going to the right place. And this puts it in the right place, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I'm going to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gentleman, Mr. Rush yields time to me.
Yes.
Thank you. Look, I just want to reiterate what Ms. DeGette said before. When we talk about the price of insulin, what we've done in H.R. 3 is to guarantee that there's negotiation for insulin. It's the one drug that we say is carved out for negotiation by the Secretary to lower prices, because remember, insulin is a generic, right? It's not a brand name drug. That's going to accomplish the goal, the general goal of negotiating, of reducing the price for insulin. My concern is that, I understand what Mr. Burgess or Dr. Burgess is trying to do here, but I mean, the problem is if we start to go down that path, which is say that every time there's a rebate, it goes back to the individual, I think the consequence of that is simply that, insurance companies are going to raise premiums for Part D beneficiaries, and that's going to result in higher costs for all Part D beneficiaries. That was my point. We don't need this in order to actually reduce the cost of insulin. This is a separate issue, and I think if you start going down that rebate, you're going to have higher prices for everyone. So I don't want to confuse what I'm saying here. Yes, insulin is carved out to negotiate prices, but I don't want to carve it out for a rebate for that reason. So I don't know if anybody else wants my time, otherwise I'll yield back.
I'll take some. Bushon may have some.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. Gentlemen, Mr. Bushon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, move to strike the last word. I just want to comment. I'm in support of Dr. Burgess's amendment. As a physician, I think it's very important that, seniors who are diabetics who require insulin have the opportunity to benefit from what's being rebated for the product. And I think, it's pretty clear. I think if you look at the discussion from the other side of the aisle, from my friends on the other side of the aisle, they're looking at technical reasons why this amendment might not be appropriate and proper and might not go through the way that they think it should. But I don't hear any arguments against the policy, and so I think that's kind of absurd. And I also just want to say that, if we would have talked about this in a bipartisan way as we were talking about it and negotiated it and then maybe had a health subcommittee markup prior to a full committee markup, I think that all of us probably could agree on this policy to get the if there's going to be rebates for insulin for seniors, that probably the seniors should be the ones to benefit. Or we could look at a larger policy change on the way the entire supply chain of drugs happens in the first place. And we wouldn't have to be arguing about little nuanced policies. We could have changed the larger policies that would have got the cost down for everyone. I also want to comment on the constant talk about rising premiums. Well, as it turns out, I think if I had to pay maybe $3 or $4 more a month for my premium, yet I save hundreds, if not thousands, on the cost of my medications, I think I'd take that deal. And that was the argument with the administration's rebate rule that killed it at the White House. But the reality is that, okay, so maybe premiums would go up a little bit, but on the back end of that, the cost for pharmaceuticals potentially could be dramatically lower. And so I'm in support of this amendment. I think anything we can do for seniors to get them access to insulin at an affordable price is worth working through the little technical legal nuances of how this amendment is worded, and we could do that in the future if we pass the amendment.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
Yield? Thank you. I have a question for legislative counsel. For legislative counsel, not committee counsel. Because my friend from Colorado has raised an issue that I want to make sure we have drafted correctly here. And it's on page 1, beginning with line 13, where we have the requirement to provide 100% of certain negotiated price concessions for insulin at point of sale. And it goes on to say, in general, subject to Clause 2, for plan years beginning on or after January 1, 100% of the price concessions negotiated between the manufacturer and prescription drug plan or MAPD plan taken into account, et cetera, et cetera. So the question that's been raised here is, how do we know? Does this language require, first of all, that these plans pass along these savings to the consumer? Isn't that was our intent?
Right. Page 2, line 1.
Can you get closer to that mic? I'm sorry. I want to be able to hear this.
On page 2, line 6, there is a shall that it shall be provided to enrollees. It's pointing to on line 4 negotiated the amounts that were used for negotiating prices under subparagraph B. It does not specify further what the concessions described in subparagraph B are.
Because they're going to negotiate the price. But the savings achieved, if this was drafted appropriate, the savings go to the consumer under this language, right? 100%.
It says 100%, and it's pointing to concessions described in subparagraph B of that provision.
Okay. And so then what happens, because the question is, we don't know in their negotiations how much that is, but they know. This language would say in federal statute, you shall pass on whatever those savings are, right?
It does say shall. It's ambiguous as to enforcement.
So my question is, isn't there underlying federal law in Medicare that they'd be in violation if they didn't follow this statute?
To the extent it's linked to the agreement terms.
So that's yes?
Yes, under the agreement.
Okay. My time's
I
expired.
yield back.
Does anybody else want to talk about Dr. Burgess's amendment? Yes, Mr. Doyle, recognize.
I just want to understand this. If insulin costs $200, just to pick a number out of the air, and there's a rebate of $50, right now the pharmacy benefit manager takes that $50 rebate and lowers the cost of the drug to $150, and the person buying the insulin pays $150 instead of $200. So if this amendment passes, and now the rebate's going directly to the consumer, I'm assuming that the pharmacy benefit manager is going to sell that drug for $200 because he's not getting the rebate, and the person will get the $50. But in either case, they're still paying $150. You know, they're still paying the same price. So how's this saving them any money? You know, unless Buddy's saying that these pharmacy benefit are pocketing the money and not really lowering the price. So I just don't understand how this saves the end consumer any money if all they're doing is, instead of the pharmacy benefit manager discounting the drug by whatever the rebate is and passing that price on to the consumer, they just charge what they're going to charge without the rebate and give the money to the consumer. They're still paying the same amount of money.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yeah.
And if I could explain, and I'm speaking as a pharmacist now, not as a Republican, not as a Democrat, just as a pharmacist. You've got three insurance companies. Aetna. Aetna is the insurance company. It owns Caremark, which is the PBM.
Right.
It owns CVS, which is the pharmacy.
Right.
Cigna is the insurance company. It owns Express Scripts, which is the PBM. It owns Express Scripts Mail Order, which is the pharmacy. United Health is the insurance company. It owns Optum. So they will tell you what they will tell you, and when you ask the question, where's the discount going? They'll say, we're putting it back to the insurance company to lower premiums. Well, they're taking it out of one pocket and putting it in the other.
Well, reclaiming my time. That's not answering the question. If the drug costs $200 and there's a $50 rebate, and the pharmacy benefit manager is supposedly discounting that drug $50 because he's getting that rebate, so instead of charging $200, which is the price of the drug, he charges $150. So it seems like if now the consumer's going to get that $50, the pharmacy benefit manager is going to charge you $200, and the consumer's still paying $150 in effect. They're paying $200 and they're getting $50 back in their pocket. It doesn't really lower the price of the drug, and that's what I don't understand about this. Unless you're saying that they're really not rebating, they're really not discounting the drug, they're just pocketing the money and claiming to do something.
So and that's exactly what I'm saying. It's nothing more than a shell game.
I understand that's what you think is going on.
No, I know it's going on.
Well, then you're saying that these pharmacy benefit managers are committing a fraud, that instead of passing on a rebate
yes, sir, exactly. And please put me on record for that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that's a whole nother can of worms maybe that needs to get addressed, but I don't see how this saves anybody any money. And if you're saying they're committing fraud, well, you know, that's maybe something else we need to talk about. I yield back, or I yield to you, Mr. Chairman.
No, I've already said all I want to say. I mean, I think the bottom line is that, you know, it's the underlying bill that's reducing the costs through negotiation. The rebate is a separate issue. You yielded back. Anybody on the other side? Mr. Flores?
Move to strike last word. I yield to Mr. Burgess.
I thank the gentleman. Look, I brought up earlier when we were talking the amendment in the nature of a substitute. On page 83, the rebates get deposited into various accounts. They don't reduce, they don't go to the benefit of the patient, of the customer. I think Mr. Carter can tell us when someone comes in with a prescription from their doctor and they get it filled, whether it be at the community pharmacy, the chain pharmacy, or mail order, that pharmacist is going to interact with the PBM or the insurance company as to what the benefit is, what is the copay. So that's not actually adding an additional step. That step is already taken. And if, as part of that step, that rebate is refunded to the patient at the point of sale, I would say that's to the benefit of the patient. I just also, if this, had we had this markup in subcommittee, this would be the point at which I would offer to withdraw the amendment and we could work on it before we got to the full committee. But here we are at the full committee. I will make available to any member of the committee who would like to spend some time with it. I've got two studies, one from April 2019 from the Kaiser Family Foundation. It's titled, How Much Does Medicare Spend on Insulin? Key findings, total Medicare Part D spending on insulin increased by 840% between 2007 and 2017, from 1.4 billion to 3.3 billion, almost a 10-time increase. They make the statement here, while rebates may help to lower Part D premiums, they do not lower enrollees' out-of-pocket drug costs, which are based on list prices. And then I have another study from IHS Markit titled Passing a Portion of Negotiated Rebates Through to Seniors with Diabetes Can Improve Adherence and Generate Savings in Medicare, because we all talk about wanting to improve outcomes. What better way to improve outcomes than give someone their medicine and let them take it? So, again, had we had the appropriate amount of hearings, I would have offered these for the record. Again, I will offer them to anyone who wants to spend some time with them. My staff can make them available to you, but it's good reading, and I think this is policy that we can embrace right now and put a deliverable on the table, on the counter, if you will, that will benefit patients and lead to better health outcomes in our Medicare system. And I think that's really should be the goal that all of us have. So I thank the gentleman from Waco for yielding, and I'll yield back to the gentleman from Waco.
Would the gentleman from Waco yield? Ms. Flores? Thank you.
I will.
Thank you. I'll be the first to admit this whole issue with rebates is and can be confusing. So let me walk through. Remember our oversight investigation hearing on insulin and the issue about list price. And many of you know this probably better than I do, but let's say you start with a list price of $200 and there's a $50 rebate. The law now requires that $50 in savings go back somehow into Part D. It does not say it goes back to the patient, okay, the consumer. It just says somewhere in Part D it's got to go back to assist something in Part D. Okay, that's the law. What our amendment says is that $50 in savings goes to the customer, the consumer. That's all it says. That's what we're arguing about here. Do you want the $50, making up a number here, do you want that to go to the consumer or somewhere in the great scheme of Part D, which could be to expand formularies or whatever? But there's no guarantee in existing law that the savings achieved by the PBM goes to the consumer's pocket. And so we're giving you an opportunity here to help the consumer. We all are talking about helping by saying you negotiate that savings goes to that consumer. You need insulin, you save. That's all that happens. Right now, the savings just go into Medicare Part D somewhere, and we hope that somebody sees savings or something else, but there's no guarantee. We clarify this because we think the cost of insulin's out of control, and we need to deal with that in other areas too. It's bigger than just this. But this amendment is clear, it is direct, it is simple, and it brings savings to the consumer. 1 out of 5 seniors in Medicare likely has diabetes.
Well, the ranking member
says this goes straight into their pocket when they buy the insulin. I would, but we're out of time. It's not my time.
Yield back the balance of my time.
Does anyone else want to speak? If not, we're going to proceed to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of Dr. Burgess's amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I had a point of order.
Point of order?
Right, I never.
Are you withdrawing it?
No, I'm not.
You're sticking.
Am I withdrawing it? Oh, okay. At one moment I was, and now I'm not.
Gentlewoman from New York.
I'm withdrawing, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my reservation.
Gentlewoman withdraws her point of order. We'll proceed to a vote on the Burgess Amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Although,
we'll want a recorded vote.
you want a recorded vote? Okay. We'll proceed to a recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
No.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo, no. Mr. Engel. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, no. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, no. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes, no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko, no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack, no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas, no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz, no. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Oh.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly, no. Ms. Berrigan. Ms. Berrigan, no. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto, no. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran, no. Mr. Walden.
Walden votes aye.
Mr. Walden votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta, aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mr. Guthrie. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley, aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Long, aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores, aye. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson, aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan, aye. Mr. Giaforte. Mr. Giaforte, aye. Mr. Pallone.
No.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
Mr. Chairman.
Does any other member still need to record their vote? Mr. Kennedy?
I'm sorry. Mr.
Kennedy
Engel.
votes no.
I'm sorry. Oh, Mr. Kennedy votes no.
Mr. Engel?
Mr. Engel votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky?
Ms. Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Castor?
No.
Ms. Castor votes no.
Anyone else? Who? Oh, Mr. Vesey?
Mr.
Votes
Vesey
no.
votes no.
Any other member?
Chairman, we have two coming back from a markup over at Ed and Labor, and they're on their way. I know they were marking up at the same time, so if it's possible.
You allow people to be on Ed and Labor, too? We don't allow that.
Yeah, is that right? Yeah.
No, we don't. All right, we'll wait a couple of minutes since...
There we go.
All right. Mr. Guthrie's recorded as an aye. Who else?
Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg?
Mr. Wahlberg, aye. Where'd he go?
Anyone else wish to be recorded? Okay. If not, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were excuse me. Got it reversed here. On that vote, the yeas were 24 and the nays were 30.
And so the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further
correct.
amendments to the amendment?
Hold on.
What's the matter? 23. You're changing the... All right, let me hear the clerk's tally again, and I'll repeat it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Apparently, the vote was 23 to 30.
So there are 23 ayes and 30 noes. So the amendment is not agreed to. All right. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? I think we're going to go to the Democratic side. The gentleman from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the conversation we're having today on the best way to address high drug prices. I also want to thank my colleague, Mr. Giannaforte, for his work on the amendment that you now have before you. Our amendment, bolstering innovative options to save immediately on medicines.
Clerk will report. Well, first, does the clerk have the amendment?
Thank you. Amendment at the desk. Sorry about that.
Amendment 036, is that which one you're referring to? Who am I talking to? Mrs. Schrader? Okay, good. Yes, we
All
do.
right, clerk has the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Schrader of Oregon. Add at the end of the loop.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. We'll pass it out, and I
All
would now
excited about having
recognize
an
the
almost
gentleman
bipartisan-
from Oregon for 5 minutes. Oregon, sorry, for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the conversation. I want to publicly acknowledge Mr. Giannaforte's work on this amendment also. This is one of the few bipartisan opportunities we have here. Our amendment, the Bolstering Innovative Options to Save Immediately on Medicines Act, or BioSim Act, is a critical step to rein in healthcare costs and help guide physicians to lower cost, safe, and effective treatment options that reduce financial burdens on patients, their families, and the taxpayers, a trifecta. Increasing generic competition is a top priority of mine and others, and extends here to biosimilars being large part injectable generics. Biosimilars have long struggled to gain market share here in the United States, even though they're wildly popular in Europe, which forces American patients into higher cost brand name biologics. They're just not getting the recommendations, it would seem, at the levels that promote competition, resulting in a market failure here in the United States. I believe we should take reasoned approaches like this to correct this outcome. My amendment before you today is a market-based solution to encourage increased utilization of biosimilars. As you may recall, standard reimbursement for these drugs is the average sales price of the drug plus 6%. Under my amendment, for the next 5 years, any biosimilar that's already in the market or comes to the market will be reimbursed at average sales price plus 8%. The temporary nature of the amendment takes a common sense approach to trying to increase competition in the marketplace. This change will help incentivize physicians to prescribe FDA-approved, lower-cost biosimilars and increase patients' access and options to treat some of the most life-threatening diseases and illnesses they face. Physicians have a direct role in determining the treatment of these types of drugs, and since Medicare patients pay a 20% co-insurance on Part B drugs, the result of this amendment would be to a big reduction in patient cost of that brand name expensive drug. As a saver for the government and the patient, this is a win-win. The patient community, including the National Organization for Rare Disorders and the Caring Ambassadors Program, recognize the role this proposal will play in providing access to innovative life-saving medications. I encourage you to support the amendment. It helps lower cost overall in the healthcare system by increasing biosimilar utilization. It's a common sense fix, another meaningful policy we can get done. It's actually included in the Senate finance proposal and has bipartisan support in the other chamber. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and my fellow committee members for your continued work to address all these high drug prices. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We'll try to dispose of this so we can go vote. There's about 10 minutes left. Is there anybody on the Republican side that wants to speak? Yes, the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Schrader. I appreciate all the work we've done together on this policy. It is so important that we get more low-cost drugs to market and in the hands of patients. This bipartisan policy provides incentives for using more biosimilar drugs. With increased use of biosimilars, patients will see lower out-of-pocket costs for medications they need, and taxpayers will save money. Again, I will say how unfortunate it is that we're focusing on a partisan underlying bill. There are so many other bipartisan policies that we could be focusing on, including this one. We know that Mitch McConnell will not take up this underlying bill in the Senate, so I would still like to see this common sense provision attached to a more bipartisan package that could make it to the president's desk. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Unless anyone else wants to speak, hopefully not, we're going to move to a vote on the Schrader amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will signify, what do you do? You want to speak? No. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. And now what we're going to do is stand in recess until 10 minutes after votes. Committee is in recess.
That's okay, Greg. We all support you starting the meeting, yeah.